I think I'm gonna maul. Got punished. Like, it's nice to have Birching Ritual in your opening hand, but keeping 5 lands and Solitude's kind of awkward. Feels like I'm selling the deck short a bit if I do that. Could be too slow and early against Affinity, but obviously on 5 cards I'm gonna keep in. Just bottom land and Shepherd. Surprise, I said I would stream, probably. I'm assuming the mock starts in like an hour, right? Was the delay and stuff? Does anyone know? I'm guessing coverage starts like in an hour and a half. Alright, Planet went down to 6. Hello, Viana. Oh, that was a question. Bird is really bad with Ritual. Yeah, but I mean, if you play Bird, it's mostly because of Shepherd. No, Bird, it's kind of an oversight, I think, honestly. And also what I said about not having a ton of 1-drops to copy. Alright, turn 1 Saya can be like a bad sign or good, or it can be they just mulligan and they have a mediocre hand and they're gambling. Do I need a land with the hand? I don't feel like I really need a land. Land could backfire with Riddler if you draw too many. Well, for people wondering what the streak is at, I think Vidiro just flexed on everyone. Have you seen the tweet about keep or maul Boris energy hand? No. Keep or maul is always interesting. We did some before. We don't always do that enough. I think it's like pretty great value for the time. Before tournament to the keeper maul was someone was a teammate. Just like it's a lot of times just like the most important decision or the toughest decision you're gonna have in your game is should you keep or not and what you should bottom. And like you don't even have to like really spend a ton of time to it's like so valuable. I think something I don't do enough, people don't do enough probably in general. Well, looks like I got. Looks like I got. Tough. Guess I'm not even attacking with Sphelio. Time to add Force of Despair and sideboard for lag decks. I mean, Force of Despair is a solution if you're desperate. Yeah, I don't have a ton of sideboards for this matchup. Matter like I said, 2 Stony, 2 Rav Disguise. You have like, I think maybe the game plan is decent in the first place. And I have a Might in the main, a Might in the sideboard, I have Dispute. Orchid, probably fine in small numbers. Oh, it's a pretty crazy hand, especially for a mulligan 6. I mean, Affinity, sometimes there's just like nothing you can do. Just kind of the way it is. I have the Might to Conquer in the main. I could do White Orchid Phantom for Saga. It's close. There's nothing I really want to cut. Just gonna keep it simple. White Orchid for sure. Yeah, it's pretty good. It finds Conquer too. What would you cut though? I think Stalker is kind of nice against the tokens and just was ritual in general. It's all tricky to decide what was this deck because you can't really trim shepherds and stuff. I think Elesh Norn's probably good against. I mean, their whole deck is coming to play stuff. I think the 1-drops are good. Yeah, but Stalker and Shepherd are your engine. Stalker finds you your mites or Shepherd. Stalker to have tokens. Stalker's kind of good against Saga tokens too, so in some ways it's like kind of okay against Saga. White Orchid's a little mopey, can be a little hard to cast too sometimes. Oh, I see good hands. Am I gonna get just like destroyed next turn? Gonna draw cards. Probably not. Yeah, White Arcade would have been pretty good here for sure. Not always the case though. I could see it being better than Stalkers. All right, what can I do? Can Might the Saga keep Dispute up? Just Lead was a Riddler. Riddler might attack with Sphelia. And Shepherd. Kind of killing them pretty fast. At 16. Maybe Riddler is a little greedy. I can stog the drone and then stog the emissary. Yeah, that's probably more reasonable. Solitude. I'm sure Solitude makes a ton of sense with my hand. Hello, Miss Licon. Hello, Mr. Vani. I really need to go watch Shuhei's future matches at the PT. Let's see. Let's see if the the manufacturing actually makes a difference this game. Free munitions, close up gigs, 4 munition, monitor, all the munitions. On the kill our board. I mean, I have a 6/6 flyer in there at 6, and it's like a mana per activation. They need explosives. Also, that matchup's really scary. Was that Rav Disguise and just one dispute and no Stony. Kind of, if they have a good draw on the play, I just can't really win. It feels. I wonder if almost Riddler is too slow. I should trim a Riddler. Because most of the time, Riddler is better than Shepard, but in this matchup, Riddler's kind of your mulligan insurance, though. Kind of the same thing was the blue-green deck in Standard. I wonder if you're honestly ever supposed to trim Riddler. Norn, I already have one. Maybe the first one's just greedy. It does shut down like almost every card in their deck. I'll keep it. Alright, I mean. Pride Haywire Might's kind of a combo too. Monolith 82, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. 28 months, appreciate it. Damn. Kind of sucks. 3 out of 3 games emissary. A little unlucky. Hopefully they don't have a payoff. Okay. I have White Orchid for the Saga. Can just attack with Prides. So that's pretty nice. I feel that's a little awkward because they're gonna have blockers next turn. Might is -1 mana total. Oh, the mock started. I think I'm just gonna get basic planes. What's going on the mocks? I'm not sure. It's usually cube draft and modern. I was hoping maybe they drew their one island. Do you have a Celestia Gear Hull list for standard? Not a recent one. Sorry. Alright, maybe I should just smite weapons manufacturing now. It's gonna need the kappa really large. What else can I do? That also like triggers prides. And I get to play Breeding Pool tapped, I guess. Oh no, I don't get to play Breeding Pool tapped.
Anyone with an extra sub-month so I can hit the funny numbers? Thank you in advance. It's a pleasure doing XTD business.
Oh man. I guess we lose.
Business. May I get some free in the chat? The true best demonstration of XTD business.
getting really tricky. Hey Jim, thanks for your resub. Not tilted, just a little frustrated when opponent just has it, but still it goes against Affinity. Not especially super ready for the matchup. Alright, so I can get rid of Kappa, but I'm not sure that's a winning line, honestly. So I can Shepherd Might Weapons Manufacturing, and then Solitude Emery. Could Shepherd for a guide too, and Solitude Emery. I could Solitude land Riddler, draw 2. Shepherd for a guide, play guide, Solitude Emery, gain 1. Feels like I need to get guide and pride going. I mean, they have explosives in the yard, so Emery cannot live. I think Shepherd for guide is better than whatever Riddler's gonna draw me this turn. They're just zoned out, and their last card in hand is not a rebuke. That'd be quite unfortunate. Let's have Emissary and Warp. Yeah. Do your worst. Okay, it could have been worse. Still need a small miracle, but am I just dead on board? I guess it couldn't have been worse. Yeah, I got Gots. What can you do? What can you freaking do? Alright, let's go watch the mocks. Apparently we can still catch the rest of the draft. Yeah, I don't know if I just
like the 21 to 30.
I just didn't like consider affinity when I was building this deck. I or thought like a couple knights would be good enough. Where should I go? All right, who are we covering? Nathan Stoyer is a drafter. He has, what are we, pack 3 already? Oh, that sucks. I like the lane archetype a lot. I think it's really fun. I don't know how good it is, but it is my favorite archetype to draft. And when you get it, it's just like, looks like he got it right. He has Trip Mine, he has Wasteland, he has a fetch land, Ren, Reclaimer. Love it. Ideally, you get, I think the land combo is pretty strong. Stage plus Big Dummy. He has Mecha Spawn. I don't know what Ballast Prime does, but I'm sure that card's great. He has a Jailer. He has Parallax Wave. Pest Infestation. Cosmogran was some cheap spells. Vincent Boo. Thoughtseize. I wonder if he's going to play Thoughtseize. He just picked up a Scrub land. Beast 10-10. This creature enters taps with 6 suns counters on it. Whenever you sack a land, create a 4/4 beast creature token and untap this creature. Sacrifice a land, you gain 2 life. Oh my god. Damn, his deck is amazing. I mean, even without that card, but that card is super nice. Mana Confluence over Hedge Maze. I like it. Dude, this deck is so cool. So good too, I think. Probably really freaking good. Woodlands? Or... Does he need a spell? 7, 11, 16, 22? You kind of want to play a lot of lands in your lands deck. I guess he's missing Exploration or Fast Bonds. He doesn't have any of that effect. But I don't think it's the end of the world. I would just counter draft here, no? I'll just counter draft something that's good against me. I don't think he's ever playing that oddity. Looks like he's debating. He's like, usually you're like, oh well, I don't know what to do. I'll just stick the card in my colors. Ooh, District, man, he must be happy. Oh, Knights? Damn, Knight District Curator? It's gotta be Knights, right? That card's probably a little too good, and he's like a spell or two short, I think. Oh, that's a tough one. Curator? Overnight in that deck? Ooh. Oh, the late Challenger. Or only dual lands. I would take Challenger. I'll lose that card. He has no ram, though. He can't ramp into it, but... That's tough. That's tough picks, honestly. That's a lot of tough picks for late in the draft. Ooh, Corsair. That's probably gonna make the cuts. Yeah, he's just missing like Exploration Fastball would have been nice. He's a little light on the fetches too. Let's see what they have to say.
It does not seem like a 3-0. I don't want to call it a train wreck. There's some powerful cards there. We get new power, but there is some decent theme at work, and there are some also powerful catch-up spells between the Parallax Wave, the Palace Jailer, the Winds of Abandon. We have ways to dramatically catch up quick out of nowhere and make really powerful plays. Even the Pest Infestation does that, and a decent amount of ramp in the one-drop creatures. But we seem to just be lacking a little bit of cohesion and like curve pressure that we want to be applying to most other mid-range decks.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at every deck that players drafted, and what do you...
I mean, no deck is a Frio. I guess I agree. There's like a lot of fillers, maybe a few curve issues. I mean, having Strip, Wasteland, Ren, good mana. The fours are really good. Mecha Spawn is obscene. That Ballast Prime card seems like kind of ridiculous. I don't know that Zeranorb actually makes a cut though. Zeramorb's not that good when you don't have Fastbon and stuff.
It's good. So now we'll take a look at seat 2. This is Zampa, who had that double power. We see
Wow.
the Ruby. We see a time walk there.
On
this,
color Mox.
Oh my god.
On color Mox, Time Walk. Lots of cheap cards. I'm covering, but he has Volcanic Island, Starting Tome, and the Verge. Great deck, great curve. Yeah, looks really nice. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Nathan got a little unlucky in his packs, or maybe he wasn't too sure what he was drafting at first, but because like at the end of the draft, he was getting packs. There was like 5 cards left in the pack, and there was 3 cards he wanted in each pack. So maybe he just got a little unlucky with like the way the cards were spread. Not as good of a curve, not the greatest power.
Ring is in the 11 through 20 top best cards, especially being colorless. This deck's good, but it's like black-red mid-range, and so it's trying to really play a fair battle well.
He has Arena.
If the opponent's playing fair, then it'll stand a chance. But some of these cards are not as powerful, like standing alone on their own.
Yeah, a lot of 2-mana utility creatures. I don't know how well they're gonna stack to have like a million of these in your draws. Lots of value creatures, lots of value engines. I mean, 4-1 and a spell is super rough, and like I guess it's really one mana spell Kellen. Like looting doesn't really count. Looting doesn't do much in his deck. Unearth's not really a 1 mana spell. Mind Twist not a 1 mana spell. No power. Some duels. I mean, yeah, that deck's pretty unexciting. Alright, what do we have here? Brain Freeze Breach, Demonic Tutor. Don't need much else. Manamorphose. Wheel. Nope. This deck really, that's like the best kind of decks almost for power. I mean, a lot of decks use power well, but let's see. Let's see what they have to say.
An unfortunate miss in this draft, but it seems like we have every other.
You guys probably talking about Lotus, whatever it's called, Lion's Eye Diamond. That's the card that, if it's open, you're probably gonna get it, and it's like difference between a fine deck and a great deck. Narset Wheel is nice. Narset Wheel is really hard to pull off, especially in a deck like that when you're not very good at protecting Narset. Jace, yeah, but I don't know. You have some value cards, but you have no interaction. So you have like card advantage, but you have no cheap interaction. This deck's like missing a bit. How many cards is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 18, 20, 22, 25, so you get to cut a couple cards. This deck feels like the worst. Yeah, I don't know how functional this deck is. If he has no rituals, he has no Lion's Eye Diamond, obviously no Black Lotus. I agree that deck does not look like it's gonna... I mean, you really only care about Frioing. So far, I feel like Nathan could Frio, and that blue-red deck obviously could Frio. You could try and rank the decks. Let's see. Blue-red, Nathan, red-black, and then combo, and then where does that rank? Bone Shards, Hexdrinker, Reanimate. He's got the Fanatic, he's got Archon, Torsten, Snuff Out, Bone Shard, some cheap removal, Voidwalker, Emperor of Bones, probably pretty annoying him. He's got Mortuary, Vista, and Delta. Tiny bit of fixing. Oh, that's what people registered as. No Entomb. This looks very unexciting, right? You have no discard spells. You have like one. I guess you have him, that. You have on color Mox. Edict's pretty solid. I don't know what the flip card is. Is that life death maybe? That makes sense. Snuff out. I mean, this is solid. I still like Nathan's decks a bit better. I think this is maybe the third best deck, but could like not be very functional and not cohesive enough to. I feel like I'd have it at third. No Entomb, no Tutors. I mean, Tutors are not, besides Demonic Tutor, Tutors are not great. He's got a fetch land into Surveillance. That's his Entomb. He has Bone Shards. He has good ways at least to like. He has Bone Shards, Collective Brutality to discard them. He has Lily of the Veil. You can get lucky with Surveil and Grist. Generous sense in some matchups, I guess. Might not be the worst. Deck needed one or two more bums. Yeah, these decks are always rough. The ones where you're like in between. You're not like super dedicated, and then you have these expensive cards, but you need to draw a way to discard them and your reanimate spells and stuff. Alright, let's see. Esper, blue-white artifact, Philia, Glimmerlens, Ephemerate, Guide of Souls, Guide and Pride, Path, Boots, Urza, Riddler, Ephemerate, Solitude, Ephemerate, Tef, Lingering Souls, Cheap Interaction, Dismember Path, Good Creatures, Mana Drain. How's the mana? Underground Sea Archive, White Black Triumph? Why is he playing all these colors? What's the red for? What's the Steam Vents for? Oh, just because of Aaron Mesa. There's an Ancient Tube I'm hiding too. Eight sources of blue for Mana Drain, plus a blue-green Talisman. The mana is all sketch. Also, I'm not sure why they're playing Vam Tutor in that deck. That seems bad. There's like nothing you really want to get, right? Yeah, the Vam Tutor is super sus. But Jesse is an experienced player. It's kind of surprising. I like it though. Besides the Vam Tutor, I like it. You have Cheap Interaction, Guide Pride, Ephemerate, Riddler. That's probably like the third best deck. I still like. I'm gonna probably overrate Nathan's deck, but I still have Nathan's deck at second. Alright, what do we have here? That's Macklin Sauce. Not Jeskai Control, Ancestral, Sword, Balance. Balance was one artifact. Balance was one talisman. Two planeswalkers. Tef, Season Pyro, Flage, Fable. Alright, I mean, the cards are good. How's the mana? Let me hide myself, because the mana is pretty important in that one. What's that, Plateau? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sources of blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10 sources of white. Why does he have more white than blue? When he has counterspell and maybe because of Flage, I guess he didn't want to play too many islands. That's probably why. And then red, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, man, that's not great. Is that deck better than the last blue-white deck? I like a lot of the stuff in the other blue-white deck, but this one just has Ancestral Recall. Yeah. Recall, Sword, Bolts, Flame Slash. It's a lot of good one-mana removal, Snapcaster, yeah. I'm gonna put it at set thirds. I still have Nathan as second. Maybe that blue-red deck I'd have to like take a look again. Looks like
Okay, yeah.
you like this one more, yeah. It's pretty solid. The blue-red deck's still better, right? I don't even remember the specific blue-red card. I remember there was Mox, Time Walk, and like all good cheap stuff. No face cam. I didn't want to hide the mana base. Back. All right, round has started. Let's take a quick look. Mox Opal deck. Channel, Ugin, Portal, Force Jar. Ooh. I have no idea. Does have Rumble. Rumble doesn't do a ton in that deck. Does have Workshop. City of Traders is hiding behind me too. I mean, I'm gonna assume this deck just bad because the artifact decks are usually bad. Didn't get Academy either. I'll try to bring up the next thing. There's still one or two decks we haven't seen. So wait, where was the deck just before that? The artifact? I kind of want to rank the artifact deck at the bottom, honestly. Modern Affinity, Eldrazi, Tron. I'm gonna just small in this hand. I guess I could hit Philia, Ritual, Ephemerate, Solitudes. I'll mull. Alright, I don't know what I'm up against. So I guess I'll just get rid of Sanctifier since I can't even really cast it. Titan. I think I got rid of Sanctifier. Would have not been very good. Was that all the decks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so official power rankings. Blue red. Nathan's Lance deck. Then Jeskai Sauce. Then Blue White's Splash Vamp Tutor for no reason. Then that black green deck. Then that red black deck. Then the combo deck. And we'll do artifact last. Could be overrating Nathan's deck. What's the combo deck? It was Breach, Brain Freeze, but no Lion's Eye Diamond, no fast mana, not even a single ritual, I think. I played a plane, nah, I didn't bother. Alright, that's solid. That was a little something, I guess. What do you need in this deck? Just another Hallowed Fountain, I think. Conqueror is like a little something. It's somewhat hard to. Man, they got the Cave Spelunking. Stops Analysts. Mostly Analyst, but... like Solitude stops Titan a bit, and then Conqueror like works into Analyst rounds. Analyst. Funny. Riddler. Riddler like a boss. Time to Philia at Analyst. What, just try and mill them? Jokes aside, what should I do was Philia. What's my clock here? 2 turns. Bling guides and put counters on Philia. So if I bling guide, I lose 1 damage now. I mean, I could just bling the Analyst. I don't hate it. They're gonna be able to make Saga tokens next turn. I do want the Philia to have flying in the long run. Yeah, I like it. Good call. So I have my big creatures that have flying. I feel like keeps getting better, bigger. I'm not gonna have awkwardness against Saga tokens. That's nice. If I have to Solitude a Titan, they're gonna go back to 18 and I still have like a 2-turn clock. They usually don't play Dismember in the main. Too bad I didn't have to pack for it. Unfortunate. Scape Shift, we care. Yeah, I guess doesn't Scape Shift kind of needs Analyst though? They're at 18. I guess we're not blinking anything. Sanctifier Invec. Witch Enchanter, Riddler. +1. Ashnar would have been nice somehow. I could get Invec over Guide of Souls just to just if there's ever a next turn I can hit Flicker Waste for or Recruiter. I only have 1 energy anyways. Can't exile Gyato's Fila and sack the trigger so that creature is back for birthing. No, it's not a stupid. I thought about it and I was like, no, I can't do that because it won't be. Because birthing ritual won't go on the stack. No, you're right. Oh, that sucks. -1 counter on Ophelia. Yeah, just brain fog. Easy. All right, let's them do their thing. What do you know? Ely was right. I mean, I knew I was being a little optimistic with Nathan's deck, but it doesn't look very functional here. I just lost an RCQ because of my own mistake, and I feel very angry at myself. Have that ever happened to you? Yeah, just like every tournament. Sorry it happened, but you know, literally every tournament. Much have great advice. To deal with it. Oh, we have a white card in hand. Right, did I thank you. Dude, I hate that bug where you do it. Do you have mirror pull in play yet? Well. Dude, I unclick yield return. All my priorities back. There we go.
Go, go, go.
Pedro, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. Come back. I'm not going today very much. Okay, they have Woodland Analyst. I should probably scoop. I think I just got all the 1-drops last time. Just not trying to win with damage. Because you usually fall short, as in like kind of what happened this game. I think I was maybe turning on Solitudes. Seems kind of sketch though. Especially since it might have ice still. When did I cut last time? Why'd I keep Shepherds? Because I have 2 mites, and mites pretty important in a matchup. Also planes pretty important. But yeah, I might have to trim some. Also just like ritual to find Alish Norn, you just need 5 drops. Oh, you know what? You have Stalker. It's kind of does a bit of the Solitude roll in that matchup. I'll trim 2 Solitudes. I guess I'll trim 2 Shepherds. Not sure what else I'm supposed to trim. Should be a good hand. Ilya Riddler into Ritual. I think the fact they mulligan, I can sign their amulet, have a Solitudes. Feels like it's gonna be pretty tricky for them to have a big third turn. Got another Urza Saga. Plane's a little late, but it'd still be good. Yeah, every time. Sick, sick for life. This hand looking a little better for Nathan. Does have a strip mine and a mana dork. Ah, that right shaman's just so brutal. Oh my god, rough. Rough, rough, rough. Um, how aggressive do I want to be? These solitudes. Let's not be silly. Alishnorn or Riddler? Can they beat Alishnorn? They have Auto Aura. It's kind of the whole plan. Guess let's find out. I guess I have Ephemerate for Auto Aura. Yeah. Yeah, I can actually protect it. Nathan's got Courser going. All flooded. Winch Enchanter. Let me trade my Riddler for a Witch Enchanter just to kill 2 Saga. I didn't consider it. I think Elishnorn's kind of lights out, honestly. I guess I can still cast Titan and attack with it, but I have Solitudes. Nice thing about Witch Enchanter is it's something I can blink again with Fila next turn and sack to the ritual without feeling bad about it. Is that a sports reference, Lena? Took your blue ring Simiclase you played yesterday and went undefeated in the standard challenge? Oh. You mean pre-drags list. Let's go. Okay, it's pretty nice Conqueror, right? We can't interact. Oh yeah, you probably mean metagame challenge. Good call. Either way. Either way, good job. Alright, Solitude and Shepherds. I mean, Solitude kind of was stuck in my hand, not doing much. Yeah, sounds looking grim. I was definitely overestimating Nathan's deck. Ely explains basic land sequencing and calls Nathan a master of the game for it. If you play your lands in a way that lets you cast your spell, that is good. Yeah. It's a fine line between, you know, wanting to hype up the players, which you should do, and also not just devolving into just the flattery like nonsense. Alright, do I keep Elish in hand? I mean, I don't really need Shepherd, and Riddler was that hand. Which one's better? Maybe both are good. I just put one in play than another. 5 mana for Elish sounds like so many. Could cost me the game. Oh, Minx and Boo. Turn on the amulet. GG can't win. I mean, what am I consigning? A second amulet? Alright, I'm gonna take a chance here and surveil. If Dev dubs amulet, oh well. Damn, I gave them the perfect lands. Feels bad, man. If I had that resolved, they can. What do we know about their hands? Oh, that's the card we know about their hand. I see if I let that resolve, they can just have Bounce Land Titan. And then have to consign the Titan trigger, and then I just die. Also, they could have like kind of Bounce Land Scape Shift probably. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna counter it and hope I draw a really good card next turn. I need Flicker Wisp or Ephemerate. Would be pretty good. Okay, White Orchid here doesn't make a ton of sense. And maybe Flicker Wisp is just more than a one of. It's like Witch Enchanter is just good against almost everyone. I feel like almost every game I wish I had like Witch Enchanter, Flicker Wisp. Like Nathan might have stabilized, no? Is that really the best they can do? I feel like they're just making you a Titan. Pretty solid. Can I beat Escape Shift? They have Woodland. Cannot beat Escape Shift. That was Hamlet in play. I guess I'm just gonna mind the Amulet, right? So if I'd gotten after Gruul Turf, they would have gone in basic force, and I was in big trouble as well. And if I'd gone for the Hastelands, I get Titan Maripold probably, do a lot of things. It's gonna be rough. I only have one Solitude left. Game free. Right. Womp womp. They had it.
Far ahead with mana.
And the
Did I get to 5 mana this game? I did on that very last turn. Yeah.
the courser to be able to really kind of stabilize here. We got a Boros Guildgate on top, unfortunately, so that is not going to be untapped. And now we'll see what we're going to do here for a follow-up. I mean, a couple really, really nice options here. All of the best options kind of involve sacrificing your Magda, I feel. But, wow, okay.
No, this is what I would have done as well.
Oh, yeah, this is great because you get to eat the land and then cast a 4-drop. Oh.
Yep, and you have a couple choices between Chandra and One Ring, and since it's open deck list, I think I would start with Chandra and just build up because there's no pressure on the Planeswalker. Council Judgment would have to be used if Nathan had it, and then the One Ring could just kind of run away with the game. And you're not worried about producing mana anymore now because Magda's also got free reign to make 1 or possibly 2 treasures, maybe even more over a long term.
I'll be right back.
The card advantage of your top card versus the one random card in your opponent's hand. It's just so nice to get at parity, have your opponent have no hand and only play off the top. And I think I value that just a little bit more.
So now we have the option to either just bite the bullet and play the One Ring, or play Detective Phoenix was going to be my only 2 options. But oh, of course, you can bestow this to give it haste. That is nice. Then be able to steal the Monarchy. Okay, this is a sweet play.
Yeah, I guess this play also, though, it leaves us not protecting Chandra, which can threaten ultimate sooner too. And again, if Council Judgment comes out, then we're not going to be able to cast the One Ring very well. But we do get our Death Ray Shaman back. So there's gives and takes to this play that some I like, some I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm
a house
definitely
of
happy
cards,
with
right? You know, like if Consul's Judgment or any ability to take out Chandra here.
It's kind of the definition of give and take, Healy. Some of it you like, some of it you don't. Classic, just nitpicking at commentary. Just classic chatting. Nathan's at 8, he's dying. So he's trying to get rid of Deathrite Shaman. Decided he was fine not getting back the crown. There's something better than Strip Mine? Lush Portico. I guess Nathan doesn't know his hand, right? So he's just kind of hoping that Allison can't cast spells. What does my record have to do with anything? Okay. I mean, what do you have under the Phoenix? A Galost? So you could get rid of the freebooter and then get rid of Chandra. But then you have to beat a One Ring at like 18 life. Which you can do honestly, because Allison's limited on mana. And if freebooter or Chandra's kind of killing you, but then they get maps. They get the Phoenix in play, they get to sack the maps on, so you still have the Phoenix problem. You could exile the Phoenix itself. How does the Monarchy work already? Is it unblock creature? Good deck for standard? I mean, if you're not looking for most played deck, you could play that blue-green list. Combat damage? Any combat damage? You're at 5, so Chandra plus and Freebooter is lethal. You don't even get 6 damage in because it's a One Ring turn. I mean, you could just like get rid of Freebooter and then not use the Get Lost. And just attack Chandra down to 1. And then you go down to 1, but then you're probably getting rid of Chandra, and then hopefully you draw something to get rid of Phoenix. That might be the only line. As bad as it looks. I mean, you literally can't exile the ring unless you have like an instant speed removal spell left in your deck. You could YOLO. You could be okay. Hope my top card is instant speed removal. Remove the ring, attack Chandra. Yeah. Oh, he gets the blocker back right away. Wait, wait, what? He didn't get back the monarchy? Wait, did he? Oh, wait, did he punt? Did he punt by not attacking Chandra? Yeah, but is it combat damage to player or combat damage to a planeswalker? Damage to the player. I was assuming the whole time you could get back the monarchy by attacking Chandra. Ah, yes. Wow. Didn't realize in how brutal of a spot he was. Damn. Yeah, rough one for Nathan. Probably not the best matchup for him.
The only other line at the end of that game is
I'm still muted.
see how this deck is going to line up against Jets.
Yeah, I think I had that deck at the worst deck of them all.
Want to emphasize is decks are not going to look the same as when you are out drafting on a vintage cube draft. You know, you are playing against everyone that knows exactly what cards are very powerful. You're not playing against someone, you know, that's passing to you that's like, you know what, I just want to draft elves or something like that. You know, you are playing against only great players, so you would say decks get a lot worse in this kind of format versus the open events, right?
I wouldn't call anyone splashing for Vampiric Tutor great, but also anyone trying to draft a workshop deck in the cube great, but what I don't draft the cube that much, just might be just wrong about it.
Same kind of deck. And so they both kind of had like butchered decks as a result.
If they combine, though, and share that world's invite. They got one hell of a deck together, though, wouldn't you say?
I would say the combination of their pools would probably be closer to a 8.5 or a 9.
Wow, still not maybe better than what we had from like Zampa or McWin Sauce. That's pretty telling. So we're gonna jump on into the match, and we're gonna be starting this match in game 3. So just the decider between these two competitors. And oh baby, we got Barocco in the bottom hand, and a nice solid hand from Jesse. Both hands look good, right?
Yeah, I certainly don't think either player is going to mulligan. And Adam's deck, I think, has a very favorable start with a force ability, an early counter, early Oko. I think that that's a great opening hand for the blue-green deck.
Now the real question is, I guess I didn't pay perfect attention to Bloodstained Mire. What land does that fetch? Is there, if there's a green land that one gets, then yes, I'm all on board. But that is a weird fetch to have in your Civic deck, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but Adam has multiple triumphs, so a similar mana base to how Nathan constructed his.
Well, that's why we have you on board here, is not only for your excellent skill.
Pretty great hands.
That memory, much better than mine, it would seem.
Especially on the play.
It's the rugged good looks. You didn't let me finish.
Jesse's gonna need a lot of help. He's gonna need to draw something cheap. Like, I think he has the Dismember. Yes. He's the one with Solitude Ephemerate, right? Riddler Ephemerate, all that stuff. Because his hand really doesn't do that much. Oh, he drew Force of Will? Oh. That could be a quick one. Pretty much needs every of his draw steps to be a banger. He needs to, yeah, he needs to draw cards that do stuff. Yeah, I mean, the artifact deck's pretty good when you don't draw your shitty artifacts and you just draw Oko Force of Will, I will say. When you don't draw your Workshop Chariot would have been kind of nice, probably, but... Or maybe you have no idea what I'm talking about. Adam's gonna Frio. Yeah, Oka's magic card of all time. It's actually like not that insane in the Vintage Cube in my experience. That's some like somewhat close matches, 2-1 losses, but also the deck did not look super impressive today. Mana Drain? Alright, I mean, that was one of the better cards he could have drawn. All he's gonna force Adam to use his Force of Will. Just, I mean, if maybe he goes for Chariot and keeps like double force option. I kind of like that, I think. Uses your mana a little better too. Alright, decided there's no way he's using Force of Negation and kept the 2-value spell. That makes a ton of sense. Maybe I'm being too cautious here. Not just playing Guide into Ritual. I don't have a good value 2-drop I can hit. I feel like it's really important for me to find a warp creature. Yeah. He doesn't have balance, right? Sauce has balance, I think. I guess balance is not very good against Oko, mind. Yep. I mean, kind of makes my case though. He drew his like one of his heinous cards. Feels somewhat vindicated. This one was the good cards of his blue-green deck. Oh, hello. Hello, one of Sanctifier Invec. How do you do? Treasure Cruise, Urza. Wait, is that just his third turn? His fourth turn. Glamour Lens plus voice. Alright, Slingshot. Conqueror. Do I want to trade my guide for Ophelia? Not really. Just hope I don't die. Oh, he just stole the voice. Alright, this game's just completely Jover. Iteration. Bad start for me. Surely I'm not gonna get one shot by Slick Shots. No way. Bold face? Am I dead? Bolting face when I'm not dead. Over guide. Okay. Interesting spot. That might not be that interesting. Got nothing to sack. Could get a Flicker Whiz, but Flicker Whiz dies to Lava Dart. Pretty good card, Birthing Ritual. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Pretty cool. Take a little look-see. The hard way. Do I want to get a 4/4 flying pro reds? Probably not. Do I want to guides? Right, the guides. Since I should get more energy. Do Bling the Pride if they have Lavadar? Probably, right? They have one card left. Do we need to have like Bolt for Conquer and another spell? Let's see what they do as their top cards. Yeah, like gains me so much life too. It's gotta be worth it. So I can't get the Solitude. Getting Stalker over Conquer doesn't make a ton of sense. Not awful though. Stalker takes Slick Shot. It's better against removal, right? And it's better if there's a next turn somehow. Yeah, it's better against removal because they play the removal first. They get back to Slick Shot. Slick Shot is 1 power. Yeah. Also +1 life. Alright, Sanctifier is obviously good. Might for Steel Cutter is good. Then maybe White Orchid blocks decently. Conqueror bail me out. Seems like a worse worse White Orchid Phantom though. Alashron can go. That is 60. Think can trim Ophelia for White Orchid probably. Just because it's so heinous against Shock. Maybe trim a Birthing Ritual. No Solitude yet. Damn, they're passing out on 1 damage. Hello. I'm gonna assume I'm just not gonna insta-die. Play White Orchid first. Maybe I was supposed to not play Howl's Fountain. Maybe I was supposed to fetch Lush Portico as my hand. That might have been better. Have mutagenic growth. It's good for me, right? Did pump it. A nice solitude, even without ephemerate, probably worth it. You'll let me block before lava darting. Interesting play. This is kind of nice for me. They're really low on resources now. Yeah, I basically end up shocking the same way. Oh no, I guess I can get basic forest. I have one card left. Let's see. I can Solitude, Ephemerate, and Shepherd. Should I keep Shepherd or should I keep Witch Enchanter? They're both pretty nice against Steel Cutter. I think probably Shepherd's better. And hope to hit Riddler here. Sanctifier and Vec, Riddler. Shepherd first to get fodder for Solitude. No, I think I had to play Ritual this turn. I think I pretty much had to do what I did. Then try and hit another Solitude, a Shepherd, or a Riddler.
I can't even imagine what could be in the cube to come back from a scenario like this. It's just
Wait, that game's still going on?
too much to conceive that one card could bring you back. It's not quite lethal this turn, I think, right? It's 8 plus 6, it's 14, 16. So yeah, Jesse's gonna go
Right?
to 5. Sure, if you attack with the Skydiver as well. I like this conservative hold back.
Oh, he combined Guide and Pride at some
Sword
point.
Yorlings kill us. But
Does have Riddler in his deck, Riddler Ephemerate.
Adam should know that with the open deck lists.
Yeah, open deck list does.
Adam Binder, Oko, and then game dragged. Oh.
A nice match here.
Did Adam misplay or not really? Blue green player was losing until the top deck channel was Mox in hand to Blink Portal. Wow. He actually made a comeback. That game looked just so over. Damn, sounds like we missed a nice game.
Any surprises here for you, Ely?
The only big surprise is we didn't see a lot of the things you get out of Vintage Cube. Nobody was going Time Walk, Mox, Setstone, like the fun things of like fucking Magic.
Well, he didn't cover the players who had these cards in their deck.
Like with the nostalgic cards. So we saw a lot of the newer cards and a bit more of like fair Magic going on, except maybe Channel there at the end. But I feel like a Channel on turn 8 is not like that big of a deal.
Yeah, here's feeling like, yeah, that stuff was cool. Sure, you blinked Portal to Phyrexia 4 times, but I want more. So more we are going to get at Mr. Ely Cassis here. We'll have our essentially top four. We're going to be following the four players that won going into round number two as well. You know, the winners of our round number two here are going to be playing for that pot, playing for that world championship slot. So
All my predictions were wrong so far. That blue-white deck lost to blue-green. Nathan lost to the red-black deck.
with Magic Online and Daybreak, always doing some really, really nice stuff here. The one I really want to call out here is that Extra Life charity stream. You know, November 8th, being able to win a bunch of great prizes, as well as, you know, just really help raise money for kids. Things like this, Ely, are just so great when you can do something that has a
Ely, yeah.
outreach in the world.
Not surprised Ely's doing a good job.
Oh yeah.
Ely's pretty funny. I'm really good at Magic.
From doing this thing that we love, that's just fantastic.
I know. As a relatively new dad as well, anytime I think about that stuff, you know, my heart grows bigger. I'll get a little teary-eyed as well. Definitely different when you're a hashtag MTG dad. So we are going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, round two of it.
Yeah, for people who don't know much about the mocks, it's an 8-player tournament. It's quite hard to qualify. I try a decent bit and I basically never get there. And there's a vintage cube draft, pod draft, the 8 players draft together, and whoever wins qualifies for the finals. Whoever goes through qualifies for the finals. Then they do the same thing in Modern, and the winner, the Frio player in Modern, goes to the finals. If the same player Frios the draft and the Modern portion, they just straight up win the tournament, no finals. They kind of play against themselves in the finals and win. And I think that's happened once so far. And if that doesn't happen, then the Frio player from the draft plays the Frio player from Modern, and the winner is the Mux champion. They win the top prize. The top 2 players qualify for Worlds. I think all 8 players qualify for Pro Tour Richmond. First place is $20,000. Not sure I forgot anything. Oh, I think Magical. Thanks for the link. Oh, the same player wins vote. They have to play mini finals for the word slots based on standings. Good point. We qualified. I've qualified once a while ago when it was still played live. It was pretty cool. It was at Watti's headquarters. I qualified by winning the Open, like this 400-person sealed deck, 500-person sealed deck tournament, where you need to get into first. I want to say I've played in the mocks twice, but I forget now. Maybe back. No, I think that, yeah. Never qualified for the online mocks like that.
Again, portals into play, and it has some like good counter magic, and the deck's looking at cohesion of spells to do something quick and fast and brutal to overtake the opponent. I think this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for this blue-green deck, as the opponent has a Mox and a Time Walk and a Fiery Confluence. So this is going to be a tricky one for Adam.
All right, so the blue-red deck did win. Like, it was pretty unanimous. Me, Chad, everyone in chat that blue deck was the best deck. I don't know about the commentators. They probably also thought the blue-red deck was the best deck. I think Ely kind of graded every deck.
To come together fast and cohesive. Otherwise, I think that Adam's going to be on the back
Yeah,
foot.
I mean, obviously Adam can high roll.
So let's take a look at Zampa's list here on the other side. And as far as the grades go, I believe this was your highest grade. So aka the favorite to win the format. Walk us through this absolute masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean, having Mox Ruby and Time Walk, 2 pieces of power on top of a sick curve, like we can turn one Tamio, which is just a fantastic play. We have fallback plays of Spell Piercing, what they're doing, Dragon's Reach Channeler using Lotus Petal, and 2 drops.
Skullclam was Iconoclast is nice.
It's just always going to be like quick out of the gates, and then it doesn't have a high end of the curve, which is pretty nice actually. And if we need to do something with the extra cards, we even have Tersa to pitch to them. We have Layla to like go get other things going. We can use Gut to like turn these like smaller cards that aren't very useful in the late game, like Lotus Petal, into a 4/1 menace, or a Rabble Master token with Gut can line up perfectly if you stack them right and turn that 1/1 into a 4/1 menace.
Yeah, he even has a bunch of dual lands and a value land.
Acceleration, power, time walk. It just does it all. And then it has Skull Clamp to draw extra cards too. It just has everything you want. Even its mana base is great. We have the duel, the Verge, Starting Town. We even get the free Otawara, and there's even some
Chat, Lotus Petal or basic lands? Which team you on? Lotus Petal, you've got Chandler combo, Iconoclast combo. I don't know what these 2-drops do. I mean, you've got Rabble Master on turn 2, that's kind of nasty sometimes. Like, you already have all the cheap spells. I feel like you don't need... I don't know, maybe that petal's still gonna be good, but... Like, I feel like when you already have all cheap spells, petal is not as good. You don't need it as much. I don't think I would have played petal. Or not over a land, maybe over a spell. I could see petal over a spell. If he was gonna play 16 lands anyways, then it's fine.
The blue-red decks keep with the Lotus Petal mana base. I think this is a little bit more high risk, but if it's open deck list, then maybe we know that this Malcolm will be uninterrupted, so we know we're drawing 2 cards.
Kind of funny. I hate Channel. I actually like Workshop decks, but I know they're bad. But pretty good here. You get to Everflowing Chalice for 2. By the time he can cast Channel, he'll have the mana to cast the spell he wants to cast anyways. Yeah. So what does that card do? Nia. When Nia, oh, so 2/1 draw a card basically here. Looks like he hit Island of that card. I don't know if you're not supposed to just cast Leia here. Why not cast Lelia? Why not cast Lelia, start making it bigger, and then next turn you have full mana on tap to cast whatever Lelia hits? I understand this way you can like get Malcolm going and then Lelia hits land maybe, and I don't like it though. Yeah. Oh, he's not playing. I mean, he has open necklace. Maybe there's something in his list that's making him not wanna. Wow, he got Giga Punish too. Would have hit Chandler. I wish we could see the lists. Maybe he's playing around Loose Focus. That's one card he could be playing around. All right. Wait, but last turn he didn't have loose. Yeah, I would have just jammed out Lelia when he was tapped out. Or maybe yeah, I guess he's playing around loose focus. Maybe that's fair. Repping counter magic. I mean, there's no point in repping counter magic when you're so far ahead. Your opponent can't afford to clear on counter magic anyways, right? It's kind of silly. Yeah, I don't know what's up with stop casting Lilio. It's not gonna matter. 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, now he has to worry about Portal, right? Adam could just have like any untap land and Portal. Portal's only 3 creatures. Just funny to say. Line doesn't make a ton of sense. It's not that great against Portal. You don't have lethal against Portal. You'd have to know the exact Adam list. Maybe when we get it low, the Italian players' plays will make more sense, but I feel like you probably messed up that game. Also, Lelia makes your Auto Aura cost 1 mana. That would have been his third legend. Yeah, he discarded a Lelia to Malcolm. Which at this point, maybe, you know, you have Kick Burst Lightning. Actually, there's Force of Negation. There's a Bolt now. Oh, he had F6! Oopsie.
Can F6 happened. I think you're absolutely right.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was still looking bad.
Great players, though. Great players all around. I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous because they're playing in Demox and I'm not.
Just get straight up demoralized, and that incentivizes people to like fast track the loss, just get through it quicker.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, that's a rough mindset to get into, but
I don't even get all like giveaway. Well, first it's not unwinnable. You have Portal and Oak in your deck and Oko in hand, but
it's like a vintage cube constructed.
also there's open deck list, so
It's truly incredible, and
I don't know. Maybe you're trolling though.
Zaba's just gonna have a draw like that every time because of this low curve.
Yeah. I don't know. Still annoyed he didn't just play Lelia at any point in this game. Seems like he would have won so easily. Looks like we had a quick mulligan. What does that 2-drop do? Well, obviously great hands on Loopy's side. Zompa Tanfos, that sounds pretty familiar. Makes a blood ETB and then grows on discard. Last week combos was Malcolm. Oh, and now he has perfect info. So he knows not to play the Mox. Wait, no, X can't be 0, so I guess he's gonna play it anyways. Like it is that better than leading was Malcolm? I'm confused. Okay, he's gonna go Tursa for like infinite damage. Alright, fair enough. Damn, discarding Mac. I guess discarding Malcolm against the Skydiver makes sense. Don't have to jump for hoops to get it through. It's kind of sketch when you have Skull Clam, but might have just discarded a burn spell and kept my Malcolm. Might not matter. Yeah, I mean, there's soul removal on Adam's side. Maybe that line's just good because just pushing through so much damage, just dubs. Almost. Land would have been nasty here. Could have gone like Channeler, Skull Clamp, Equip Tursa, right? But then if you don't draw a lane, that feels pretty bad. Just want to keep impacting the boards. Why not? Are they right to trade your Tursa away? Did that make sense? I feel there's an insane amount of button clicking going on, honestly. People are playing Blazing Fast for no reason. Feels like Loopy's trying to throw. Oh, never mind, he has lethal. Okay. Never mind. I'm dumb. Oh, that was not close.
Really kind of easy fashion, wouldn't you say?
Very. And if Tom is their opponent in the finals, I'm going to make a prediction that Tom is going to win, which I think might
Yeah.
surprise
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I mean we had the blue red and the Jeskai deck as the top two.
His match. So won it pretty quickly. We're actually going to be jumping into a backup match where we're going to be checking out Yuki. Yuki Ichikawa has a loss already, but is one of our most established player, if not the most established player, and still has a really sweet deck. So we're going to jump on into that match and take a look at these.
I'm gonna go get myself dinner. 66% win percentage.
There. That means this.
That's insane. I mean, I could see like if you're focused and always playing the cube seriously, have like maybe even a better win rate. But that's still like really high. Like I wonder what my cube win percentage is when I do cube for charity. I don't know, maybe 66% is not that like it's really, really good, but maybe it's not I mean no one else has that over 60 so far.
natural talent that Yuki probably has for Cube.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, I need to help Liz with something like 2 minutes. Just stealing content.
recall is probably going to push the needle a little bit further, but Fleet is a card that looks the most important to me in this matchup.
Wage. That makes sense against the blue-red deck. It chose to play first. Very skilled. Totter's waiting for me. Looks like I'm waiting for Totter now. Made myself a quick salad. Avocado, lettuce, tomatoes, onions, pumpkin seeds. Oh, got a big fan. Thank you, 26 lands. All right, let's see if we can do better. It's Titan this time. We lost like somewhat close one, I would say. I'm gonna play Ritual and just stalk our next turn. You like onions and salads? Me too. Pretty solid looking hand for sauce. Normalize into Fable. Ephemerate could be really nice. Not okay. Don't stack them wrong. Good job, me. Just switch channel, right? Easy. Well, I say that. What am I getting rid of? Maybe the bubble? I don't really need an end phase stop, right? I mean, they have Amulet and Spelunking. I was gonna get rid of the bubble for now. It's a little dangerous, but I think it plays out better in the long run. You do what now? Maybe I didn't have to greed. Maybe just getting rid of Spelunking and Amulet is enough, but I don't think so. That's because you're a coward, Jose. That's because you're a coward. I mean, maybe getting full value was unnecessary. Just getting. It seems like they could easily have another one. Am I open mulligan too? I'm open mulligan to 5, so them being -1 card there is kind of nice. I don't think I was in danger of much, honestly. I could always get rid of the amulet if they had a second amulet. I don't know. Close. Alright, this game's... Assuming this game's fairly over, Scape Shift's always a little scary, I guess. Oh. Alright, good beats. This game is suddenly not that over anymore. Not, I could just break and they could just hardcast a Titan. 4 mana. Okay. That was but worst possible thing that could happen to me. Please they didn't hit land here. Looks like I might have lost Valley if I didn't go for full value. Didn't expect them to have so much interaction. Still need a little help here. Shepherds. Play the lands. I think I'm gonna sacrifice my Philia to blink Riddler. I'm gonna replay a Shepherd next turn. Oh, I have Mistcaller too. Forgot about my great deck building. Hopefully that's enough. There's land number 6. There's the Titan. It wasn't trivial for them to have untapped mana. So they're saying they have another Titan in hand? Hmm. The Natty Elish. Yeah, that was nice. I was pretty lucky. Attack Blink Titan. No, I'd rather keep Philia to double block the Titan, and then I can play another Philia, and then I still have Witch Enchanter if I need it. I mean, whatever, for 2 damage, who cares? I'm assuming Sauce won game 1 was these opening hands. Yeah, he did. Nice. Kind of nice. He doesn't even have great attacks. Wait, why didn't he not haze the Titan? If he was going to attack with 1, he should attack with both. The question is, you play Philia. I have Riddler. Just Shepherd, Guide Pride. How do I lose? Escape Shift, Amulet. Let's take a draw step, I think. Oh, that is good. I guess I'll just cast it. To be a good Amulet Titan player, do you need to be a 1-trick? It's probably harder to pick up than your average deck, but depends how much time you have, I guess. It's all relative. Would you say Canister is a 1-trick? I don't think Canister is a 1-trick. He's a good Amulet player. Also plays Magic for a living, so it makes it easier. But yeah, it definitely helps to know what you're doing when you play Amulets. Just because deck's pretty time intensive, whether it's in paper or on Magic Online. So if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna throw away games and mess up a bunch. I'm at 16. All right, let's not gamble here. I'm just gonna play it safe. Playing this. The counters on Elishnorn, just in case they do have, they could have Auto Aura, right? For Old Fate Stalker. I think I can beat Auto Aura on Old Fate Stalker by playing that way. Guide was the only draw that made blinking the Witcher last turn bad. Or would have had lethal this turn. I probably would have played around Auto War anyways, I feel. I don't know. I'm not sure I can lose. Or they have it. They drew their one relevant card. Must be nice. They probably still lose, right? They need, I think they need Amulet plus Cape Shift probably. Maybe just Amulet's enough. Alright, do you have an Amulet or a Spelunkin? Nope. I think Pride and Guide are like somewhat win more. Oh, it's tough though. It is tough to sideboard. That's what I did last time. Mistcaller was kind of great. Maybe Mistcaller is just good because you deal with some of their stuff and then they're not very good at killing your Philia. I feel like White Orchid Phantom is almost bad in this matchup. Not bad, but not good enough. Might be worse than Shepherds and 1-drops. What do you think of Ooze in Simic Oro for the modern matchup? Like Scavenging Ooze? Seems not very exciting. I mean, it's better than other stuff, but can't I keep all the Shepherds? How do I sideboard in a way that I keep all the Shepherds? Maybe Ephemeris just not that good in this matchup. Maybe I'll just trim a land on the draw. What's my worst land? Basic Forest. Let's see. Let's see if White Orchid is actually good in this matchup. They kept 7. I have a really clunky hand. Just gonna maul. Too many of the same cards, no second land. Alright, I want to keep Lands Witch Chanter, Riddler Ephemerate. Can I afford to keep Solitude over Temple Garden, maybe? Surveil for... Get Breeding Pool, could get blue-white. I'm gonna get rid of Solitude. Sauce check. Nice, congrats.
Quite a few I drafted a lot and didn't play many games because I kind of know how vintage cube games go, but I just need to actually know what cards are in the cube, because I don't do it unless I'm qualified. So I probably did like 30 or 40 drafts, but just didn't play very many games.
Wow, you can just internalize that knowledge. That definitely takes some skill. I know you've been around the game here for a long time as far as Magic Online. So I definitely can't do that. I gotta play the games that knowledge, that is for sure. So walk me through the draft a little bit. How did everything go? What colors did you play? And how did you get there?
So I ended up with just like control deck. First pick Ancestral Recall, which is a pretty good card.
Yes.
What did I say? I second picked the Balance, I think. Can't quite remember. But yeah, so I was moving into like a blue-white control, and then I just ended up with some good red cards, Dark Faden, Flage.
Sauce is British, yeah.
How did
You-
we go wrong
did you
with that?
think he
Yeah,
was
the deck sweet? Got the deck list in front of me.
from America?
It's really powerful when you saw Recall, where you're like, okay, this easily could be a world championship slot, or were you trying to kind of calm the nerves there?
I was calming the nerves. I've had good first picks in Vintage before, in mocks. I think I first picked the Black Lotus before, and I like 0-1-2'd it, so I knew it was set up, but I had a good start.
Wait, are you saying? Yeah, so kind of changing gears. You're already locked for Worlds. You already have a good amount of cash in. Ideally, going into this event, I'm sure you would just lock that in to get your 3-0 in one of them, and kind of who cares about the rest. But now that you've already done it, do you care about the modern portion? Are you excited to get that perfect 6-0 sweep, which I've never seen personally? So how you feeling going into modern?
Semi-confident. I would have been more confident before the Pro Tour. I was really, really liking this Esper Link deck with
Okay.
and it did really bad at Pro Tour, so I was like, oh, I can't play that anymore. So I tried to play most of the top decks, and I settled on Nut Draw. But yeah, about what? You still have to win the matches. There's still money on the line for every single game you win.
Well, I missed what you was playing, sorry. Yeah, I would have won this game easily if I just kept the Solitude, probably. Well. Do you have meeting Sauce at Worlds? Right, he qualified for Worlds next year, right? Or is he qualified for Worlds this year? Okay. Is Mistcaller do against Titan? Again, blank creatures with Sheila and Mistcaller. He kind of won me game one, so I decided to keep one in. Fire Spouts. Probably I didn't keep Solitude with 2 lands when I could like surveil for a 3rd land and stuff. So dumb sometimes. Riddler only drawing cards one by one. Sag. Am I using Consign or am I using Miscolor? I'm just so dead, honestly. Should maul harder? I should have just kept Solitude. Like a normal human being, not... Especially with only 2 in my deck after sideboard. Maybe White Orchid's so bad. How many ice cells do they even have now? Do they just play 1,000,000 after sideboard? Do they have 4 after sideboard or something silly? One ice tail main, one sideboard, plus the Zenith. I guess Miscolor works in Zenith too. So what are the modern decks? Who wants to give us the TLDR? Are they not like spoiled yet? I'm gonna just not do the White Orchid. I'll do one Guide, one Pride. They have Fire Spout though. You know what? I'm really gonna try and lock them out. But locking them out when they have Ice still, is it tricky? Let's see. I guess that Alice Norn, that kind of stuff's Ice still. I want to do free Solitudes. One land, one land. Alright, could be worse. Not sure it really matters. Huh. So flooded strand, I get to surveil. I could shepherd now for a might, just in case. I don't have the 1-drops. Like, saving the 2 mana now is kind of a big deal. Oh, you know what? I should have played plains here. Save the fetch land, probably. Yeah, wasting 2 mana feels a little rough. So just gonna get the might now and hope it actually does something at some point. Grazer, Ottawa, Cave, Vesuva. Interesting to see what they take here. They might just take Ottawa. Because of that game 1 Elish. Oh, Reed is on for Modern. These. Nathan Starr is playing a variation of Jeskai control. Kind of playing Ely's deck was a twist. Actually, did some of the changes. Oh, he has Aphelios in the main. Added some Fables. Yeah, it's kind of inspired by Ely's list from... What'd he take? He took Grazer. That was an interesting draw. I think maybe I just go Might now. Might plus Ophelia. Does that make sense? It's kind of close. I don't think I'm almost ever sacking the Might here. But getting the Ophelia going is kind of nice. 6. Okay. Can't do too much about it right now. Still better for me than an Ice still, but... Not very good against Riddler. That's a really good draw. Oh. Wow. That was almost bad. Going blue-white, blue-green? Probably blue-green. Only bad if I draw another Ephemerate, I guess. Alright. Pretty solid spot here. Land number 5 would be nice. They don't have anything good to recast. They can't really attack. Grazing. The Believers. Well, Sauce Jeskai win versus Blue Red Burn. Sauce. I didn't see did Nathan cut all the I feel like I didn't see the Charmos and Nathan sideboards. Saw a bunch of Ragavans. Oh, 4 White Orchid Phantom. I mean, that card is much, much worse than Charmaw. Against Tron, but is obviously better against Belcher. Alright, 2 draw steps for a land. Solitude's good. Well, I'll take it. I could just keep mana up so I don't die to Scapeshift BS. I could just play Might and say go. Good Birthing Ritual. Stock my Riddler, draw some cards. But then my only interaction is Solitude. Seems kind of silly. Playing second Might's not very exciting. I don't know what to do. So I'll play Ritual and Might and keep mana up. And then if he has Boseiju, I get second mana for Consign. Elish in play, Elish in hand. Elish everywhere. It's probably gonna be a tough matchup for Nathan. Oh, that was not the matchup. They're just showing all the decks. Ooh, Azorius Blank. And a Priest version was Recruiter. Yeah, Recruiter has been pretty solid for me. Miracle in the sideboard. Is it Affinity? Is it Affinity? Eldrazi Ramp. It's for Blank. Is it Affinity? Damn, a lot of Affinity. 2 Ravs Disguise and no Stony. Why don't they trust with the Stony sideboards? People just put so much stock in results. It's kind of insane. People will literally like trust a list just because they want a challenge over trusting a team of some of the best players of all time who tested a deck for a PD and tuned it. It's kind of tilting sometimes. But whatever. Should just stalk. Be lazy and stalk the creatures. I still need to worry about scape shift, right? I have 5 minutes left to win the game too. Mm-mm. Did he have to pay for a pact? Probably missed that somehow. Yeah. I'm silly. Probably could have just hardcast Solitude here and be pretty safe. Too focused on the modern. Emrakul in the sideboards. Worried about male player. Was there a non-male player?
See what we like here, and you know, you were
They were talking about me and I missed it. Damn it. Probably Reed being nice. Talking about the blue-eyed bling deck. Let's see. Mistcaller, birthing ritual, Ophelia, recruiter. Does any of it even matter? I guess I'll just recruiter for Solitudes. I could have also put Mistcaller in play, maybe. Alright, I get 2 triggers. Kind of nice. I'll just get Flicker Wisp, I guess. Yeah, who needs White Orchid Phantom? Maybe I should. I mean, they're better against Tron and Belcher. Even against Belcher, they have the basic, but I guess if they don't see that you have White Orchid, they don't even have to have the basic against you. Or Finalist. Yeah, I'm not sure why. It just didn't do well at the PT. I guess people aren't willing to put in the reps. I mean, I feel like at this point, Affinity has shown that it's nothing special, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the lists. Maybe Weaponsmith is good. Like, I've played a lot of it. I never thought it was great. It won 51% at the PT. Kind of has a target on its back. I feel like if you're playing Affinity at this point in competitive Modern, if you're trying to win, you're just kind of phoning it in. GG should have picked up Auto Aura. Yeah, not sure it would have mattered, but maybe. Yeah, I don't know what to do. You still need White Orchid Phantom to have a chance against Tron, I think. You need the Sanctifiers. You need the second Elish, probably, especially if White Orchid's not that great against Titan. Fairies Disputes for the Scepter Chan deck. I'm not sure how you make room for... I mean, it's not that much room you need to make. It's like a couple Ravla Skies. So at least you have outs against some of their silly draws. You don't really want to do Stony Silence and Haywire Might as your plan against Affinity. I guess second Mistcaller can go. Yeah. Birthing Ritual definitely has its moments. Not the worst results, though. 2-2 prelim, 3-1 prelim, 3-2 a league, 2 in another league. What's Monday already? Oh, Monday's kind of the late modern challenge. Might not play that though. I don't know, I'm not blown away, but also fine deck. I think blue-white playing's probably a bit better. Time to tune Phoenix? What, the deck that scoops to a Sanctifier in Vec? No one plays that card, I guess, but...
Streak at that point, right? Like, weren't you 1-3, 1-4 at this Pro Tour?
Yeah, my trajectory was a roller coaster. I was 1-4. I won 9 matches in a row to be 10-4, and I did finally lose the last 2. I lost to Toriuchi and then lost my round 16. But yeah, it was kind of fun for a while in there.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch your journey there. You ended up, of course, making day 2, which is what you really needed for Worlds, and ended at the top of the AMP. So big congratulations to you there, buddy. But now let's take a look at Yuki's opponent here and see what we're going to be up against. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I counted 3 Affinity decks so far. Well, here's the 4th. Half the players ended up bringing Izzet Affinity. So, you know, Reed, walk me through this deck again, and now that we've seen all 8 decks, who do you like the most, or is it kind of too hard to tell?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that is definitely going to be the story of the event. The 4 copies, fully half the field, playing Affinity in one form or another. Now Alejandro is again that Shuhei Nakamura style with weapons manufacturing, Claws of Gix as a really cool silver bullet you can find off of Urza Saga. Less reliance on Thought Monitor. So instead, just kind of this plan of like build out a board, resilient threats, Kappa Cannoneer, weapons manufacturing. These help you circumvent Wrath of the Skies or spot removal spells, which would be some of the common countermeasures against Affinity decks. So yeah, just a combination of an.
It's like every list is all different.
Also thoughtfully constructed backup plans, less vulnerability to any one key hate card. So, you know, the Affinity players are going to really put people to the test in terms of being prepared with not just a couple of, you know, slapdash sideboard cards thrown in at the last minute, but do you actually have a fully fledged, coherent plan where you can take down Affinity at every step along the way? So I mentioned, you know, Yuki's deck, he's got some weapons, certainly some pest controls, a Clarion Conqueror in his sideboard, but it could be tough for Esper Blink to navigate a field with all these Affinity decks. What do you think?
Yeah, I would think the same, but, you know, also...
Yeah, too bad Yuki doesn't have like a main deck pest control, something like that. I don't hate Yuki's chances though with free pest control in the sideboard and free dispute. Nathan has 2 verdicts, 2 Wrath the Skies main. Fiona's not that bad against Affinity. I don't know how Eldrazi Ram does against Affinity. 4 Vexing Bubble main? Oh, hello. Well, that's huge. Any of the Affinity decks have like artifact removal? 0 artifact removal, 0 force of negations. Yikes. What about Allison Silva? 2 Force of Negation, 1 Vandal Blast. Looking who has outs to like turn 1 Vexing Bubble when they're on the draw. 1 Vandal Blast, 1 Hurricle Recall, 2 4, yeah. I don't love the Affinity. I feel like no Affinity has like no great matchups in this. Maybe this is a worse list against Affinity. Because he only has like 2 Rav Disguise and no Stony. He does have free Dispute though. Dispute's really effective. You can have it on turn 1. We'll see. It's gonna be close all around. Modern's just close formats. Hold on, I'm confused. Is this Reed and Corey commenting this? Is it pre-recorded? They're doing Eternal Weekend at the same time. Are they? It might definitely be pre-recorded, but I don't know by how much. I honestly don't know. Sad news, yeah, but I'm not moving to Spain. What happened? Or is it? You don't want to share the details? That sucks though, I'm sorry. Just too hard to sell your house, or that has something changed and you can't work from there anymore? Oh, Hail MTG. I recognize that name. Vamos, Alejandro. Vamos. Who's on the play? Looks like both players have a keep, right? Maybe Alejandro wants to mulligan if he's on the draw. Oh, we're deciding on that. Yeah, that makes sense. Scrybug.
Functional, can I gamble on it? And besides, the answer in this case is yes.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I mean, if we were able to find Mount Opal or something, that would of course be amazing. But yeah, I don't think you can really mull any lower. But you know, kind of looking at big picture here as far as these mocks, this mocks goes as these players get ready to more than likely have Yuki play one of these 2 drops. Are you surprised that we don't see really any combo Belcher ready?
Housed Cell. Okay. I'll hope it works out. Hey Pivo, welcome. Just railing the mocks for a bit. Not sure I'm gonna do the whole thing, but hope you had a good stream. I went 2-2 in the prelim was Band Birthing Ritual, and now we're just watching Old Modern.
Nobody brought them to the mocks this weekend.
I mean, that is definitely saying something, right? Like, that's really telling, which is quite wild. So here we have the warped out Pinnacle Emissary, as well as the drum to get a token, and then Pithing Needle. You see AOMTG.
Drum was pretty great draw.
In response, and we'll see what Needle will name. Frog kind of feels like the default against a deck like this, right?
Yeah. So of course, you can name a fetch land.
I feel like it's gonna be too little, too late, right? Yuki's just gonna go Philia Overlords, find Solitudes. Maybe if he gets really lucky with Spotcast. Looks like an uphill battle. Like Cannoneer on turn 3 against that start's just not gonna cut it on its own. Even with Saga.
Makes sense to me. Marshblast would have been a pretty sick call, though, knowing what we know here. So Philia comes down. That can't get blocked by any of the...
I mean, he had a land, he had the Specimen too, right? Oh, he doesn't play Solitude, but he plays Subtlety. That's almost worse, right?
Right. So an uncontested Philia is a high indication that the Esper Blink deck is doing well. I mean, just at face value, like the Philia could attack and start blinking out tokens, and that's a pretty promising attacker already. But instead, what Yuki has done is he's assembled perhaps the nastiest turn 2, turn 3 combo his deck can deliver, which is Impending Overlord of the Baelmerk, Blink Overlord of the Baelmerk. Now you have 2 additional creatures put into your hand from your graveyard, and you have this 5/5 ready to attack with the devastating attack trigger as well.
Yeah, and I gotta say, just think if these subtleties were, you know, solitudes. When you're trying to deal with a Kappa Cannoneer,
Yeah, I was
where
gonna
you
say
have to
that.
take 4 for the board. You know, Yuki still could have done that next turn, but being able to subtlety this and get that kind of time walk effect seems so much better than Solitude. I was also losing my mind when I saw this list at the Pro Tour, not playing Solitude. I felt like,
Maybe Saga can just be good enough here. Memnite, 5 artif, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Token is a 6/6. Yuki's hand doesn't do that much, right? He has Emperor of Bones. I mean, you can Emperor and Overlord send in the team, I guess. Blink a drone token. It's gonna be interesting.
4, but you get to subtlety. The
Yeah, but Phila doesn't do anything if you make your token at
opponent
instant
passes
speed.
turn, you attack with the Overlord of the Baelmerk, you just pick up that same subtlety again. How do they ever get back in the game?
yeah, no kidding. That is, that's a Splinter Twin situation if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's like Splinter Twin, but extra slow and painful.
It's a tricky spot figuring out if you should play your zeros here or not, I think. Like if you have if Yugi has Fatal Push, you're probably just screwed anyways. And he can blink 1 drone token, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd be tempting to play both, honestly. This way your token is a 6/6, even if Yuki attacks and blinks one of your drones. It's tricky though, you kind of have to block the Philia, or else you lose your tokens next turn. So maybe you don't need your token to be that big, and maybe you do save the artifacts for next turn.
Yeah, I would think I would be under an assumption that my Kappa is probably not going to work. I think step 1 to me is find a way to deal with Philia because I feel like I just can't win the game. So I think based on this list where it's subtlety and not solitude, my plan would be maybe play the 0 drops. I'm not 100% sure on that.
You could also just like play Weaponsmiths, and then next turn you get Claws of Gix. But then you gotta assume the Philia is 4/4. You have to sack both. It's 2 mana. It's not even that great of a trade. Ugh. Thing to play. Thing is, you still want to be able to thread on a 6/6 token, right? Maybe you play 1?
Thanks for all the content and fun.
Yeah, for like 100 months. I think maybe I would have played 1. This way you do have a 6/6, and Yuki can't just attack Overlord and trade it. I think maybe that was the best play. Play 1 of your zeros. We'll see. 100 months. Jeff, I hope you're doing good, bud. Thanks for all the sports.
It feels like it to me, you know, get Claws and Gigs, and then you have the ability to deal 4 to one of.
Hondo's pretty cool. Hondo months. There's a few. You, Padita, probably Get Smart is at 100 or so. I forget who else. Doing good. Cool. VOD, yeah, I know besides the weekend I don't stream that late anymore. I was talking to Spec Ops Giraffe at the PT, and he was like saying he like doesn't really watch the stream anymore because it's times done changed. Well, thanks for. I'm glad you still enjoy the content, even the VODs and stuff. Like Mister, jeez. Well, hope it can be a little distraction.
Any match loss at this point, and the world stream is dead for them.
Yeah, so you want to take great care, especially with the two decks that we're watching. You got to give them a lot of credit for comeback potential. If you make one, even if you get ahead, you can make one wrong step, leave the door open.
All right, so since Yuki's attacking with Sphelia, Alejandro's plays of not playing any of the zeros looks like paid off.
When you see things going pretty well for them.
Yep, makes sense here. And having to tap this, stopped her down right away.
Since you're sharing, can we know why you needed to get surgery on the inside of your face? Sounds not very fun. Sounds really painful. I mean, I guess you're on their meds the whole time and on meds after that, but damn.
The deck, so whether, we've been saying the praises of subtlety in a situation like this, if there was a solitude, this would be absolutely devastating as well. Instead, the construct gets to eat the good dog, and a 2-mana 1/2 without any other text comes on down, and also representing another draw.
Yep, so that Pithing Needle blind name on Psychic Frog coming in big here. I'll mention, if it comes to it, Yuki can probably set up a single turn where he blinks the Pithing Needle with the Felia attack. So the Psychic Frogs, could be a little bit more meaningful than just simple 1/2s, which is what they look like right now. But yeah, I mean, that's really taking a very scary threat down to a manageable level with the Needle.
No main deck vexing
So now
bubble.
with 3 going on the stack. The fact that if we get Claws of Gix, we cannot cast weapons manufacturing here. The drum was a pretty poor draw here. Any untapped land would be great. That being said, these affinity decks don't play a ton of those. So what do you like here to get from the Saga with that Claws of Gix play? Maybe not looking as good.
Yeah, so I guess this is a moment where you decide what angle do you want to.
I think maybe that's an old Mox command. All right, go. Good luck, Flick Mister. Sounds rough. Yeah, I know Handshake Affinity had main deck vexing bubble. I don't mind it. I tried it. It's I could see it. I think it was probably good at the PT because they expected a lot of Belcher. Maybe a decent bit of Glorious too. Lots of Solitudes. Maybe it's a little worse now. Could be nice in the mirror too.
Ophelia, and then you can always play Emperor Bones, and let's say you could eat Ophelia from the yard. That way, if Alejandro does say, hey, I don't want you to kill one of my constructs here by attacking with the good dog here, Ophelia,
The good
you
dog.
can go to battle.
Hey, Amy, let's go. Thanks for the raids. Hope you had a good one. We're watching. Let's from arena, whatever weird format you play, to competitive Magic Online. Cannot be a bigger gap, but welcome everyone. We're watching the modern portion of the Mox, which is an 8-player tournament, $20,000 for first, and you need to win a bunch of modern matches, a bunch of vintage cube draft matches,
Glorious out too.
and you can also qualify for Worlds. Like Mister, thanks for the resub. Welcome back, and good luck with the recovery. So yeah. watching this. I'm gonna put the link to the decks, modern decks people are playing if anyone wants to take a look. And yeah, shout out to Amy. Why am I not playing? Because I'm not good enough to qualify. The tournament's really not easy to qualify for. And I tried. You can really try hard and play everything on Magic Online and get in on the... There's a leaderboard system. I don't play that much. And you can qualify by top 8ing and winning some tournaments. But it's not trivial. It's pretty hard. Did Mox used to be a bigger tournament? Yeah, it used to be when last time I played it and it was live. I think it was a 16-player tournament, maybe 24-player tournament at one point. I forget the details, but yeah, it used to be bigger. And then when they moved it online, the Mox used to be only once a year or two. I think the Mox used to be once a year, 24 players live. And then I think it was the pandemic, they switched it to that format maybe. Of like, you have a Mox 4 times a year or 3 times a year. And it's only 8 players. You can see why Yuki has free pest control in the sideboard. He had a great hand. I thought Alejandro was kind of done. And just a bunch of artifacts and one Urza Saga. And Yuki's kind of struggling. Might still be able to like maneuver, and once he gets rid of the 2 constructs, Alejandro doesn't have a ton going on anymore. Well, it looks like he should be able to, right? Philia Overlord, another Philia under the Emperor of Bones. Well, Almo's been playing pretty well this game, so
3 bouncing the Overlord.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, attacking Overlord of the Melmer is just as terrifying as all the Overlords attacking you. I mean, it doesn't take too long for the value to snowball out of control when you start to connect with that. So, goes with Philia to be able to just deal with one of these constructs straight.
the Mox have not always been 8. Definitely not when it was once a year and it was live.
Meaningful, permanent. Alejandro's side of the battlefield is the 6/6 construct token.
Yeah,
This is pre-recorded. Yeah, someone has pointed it out. I didn't realize. That is pretty funny timing. It's also like kind of bad, right? Where's Eternal Weekends? Like, you think if you have reads, you wouldn't want to read competing with reads.
I forgot about that as an option. That is still going to play into the subtlety. And then this Overlord can then get back subtlety once again. But outside of Kappa Cannoneer, the just weapons manufacturing, play a drum, get one of those artifacts. That play also didn't look very good this time around.
Agreed. Yeah, a little bit of the clunky side of weapons manufacturing, especially like you put 2 copies in your deck, you're thinking, probably not ever going to actually draw both copies.
Personal satisfaction. I do love seeing weapons manufacturing never doing anything in any game. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just bad vibes, and when I'm around, weapons manufacturing just is a stone brick. Not sure what card would have been better than manufacturing there, to be fair. Maybe like, if you want to be picky, maybe like Thought Monitor would have been good at some point. What 30k legacy deck you prefer, Gab? What does the 30k mean? The music's from the MTG stream. Yeah, they have some like music in the background for some reason.
I would say those are his 4 most impressive cards.
I'm not sure why.
supporting cast. Mystical Dispute makes a lot of sense since it can counter a Kappa Cannoneer or win a counter spell
It's a new thing. You can't keep people's attention anymore if you don't also have music in the background.
or the detect
This
intrusion.
is obviously really bad for Affinity to lose game one in a matchup like that. In most matchups, you really are supposed to like win game one with Affinity. Looks like he's trying to mise with the Blood Moons. Makes sense. Bring in one Spider Sense. Keeping in one Galvanic Blast, the only one he has. Blast pretty good in this matchup. You see it's open deck list, that's why he's taking a look at Yukihiro's list. Trimming Spellbomb. I agree, Spellbomb, by the time you try and use it, usually it's like too little too late. Cutting the Shadow Sphere, depleting. Cutting all the crypts makes a ton of sense. Trimming on Thoughtcast. Why not? So hard to sideboard with Affinity. Macwin Sauce won the cube, yeah. Have you made more money overall playing poker or MTG? Almost definitely poker. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but it's gotta be poker.
Ideally, to make these choices the best way you possibly could, you'd have played both sides of the matchup to see exactly how things are likely to play out.
Hey, that's fair. And I mean, hey, you're you're a part of one of the best testing teams here in the world. And when you get ready for a pro tour, that's exactly what you're doing all day, kind of every day, right? It's seeing everything from every angle.
Yeah, and that actually it reminds me of something that did happen in my pro tour testing. I think I was playing maybe Boros Energy, and I sideboarded out some of my Galvanic Discharges against Affinity, and my teammate Noah Ma, who had played the matchup a lot, he was like, "No, don't do that. You just need the 1 mana interaction." So, just to illustrate our conversation, it's like your instinct about on paper the cards that may or may not be the most important needs to be tempered with, well, I've actually played the matchup, I've seen how this plays out, and I know that even though this isn't a key card, it's an important piece of the recipe that you want to have access to.
Okay, makes sense to me. And meanwhile, we have Alejandro kind of popping off here. We played a bunch of artifacts, got the Thoughtcast down for 2 mana, and actually had Metallic Rebuke up to be able to fight over that, but did not. Is that surprising to you at all, or do you like it?
It's surprising to me, and I like being surprised. I'll put it that way. I haven't made up my mind about if it's a genius play or a sketchy play, but I definitely like when someone does something kind of thoughtful, unintuitive like that. Alejandro just
It looks good because Yuki had Force of Negation. He might have just used Force of Negation given his hand. Okay, so this play, it means the Saga never gets to make a token. So it will still go on free next turn and get an artifact and still taps for mana. But it means it never gains the make a token ability, which kind of a heads up play, but damn, I guess Yuki has it all. He has the second dispute. Oh, Alejandro is just he's also kind of repping disputes because he didn't play the replicate trigger. So I was like, does he really have dispute? Is he like messing with me? Did he like not bother? Because oh, it's like Alejandro. Is he going for the Kappa? Nope. Patience. Okay. Good call. Probably just loses if he goes for Kappa here. It's just such a blowout. I mean, I guess he's kind of, I don't know. Yuki's hand's really nice. And Alejandro's draw is just not doing much right now. Why not replicate? Because he was keeping mana for dispute. Yeah, he might go for Vexing Bubble here, especially with that Blood Moon top deck. I'm not sure Yuki deals with a Blood Moon other than with Force of Negation here. That might just be game. He doesn't have the resources to cap up plus Rebuke. You went for Boots? Can't blame him. It's kind of rough to play around Force plus Dispute. Yeah, he might have not brought in the bubble, right? I don't get the boots though. Aren't you better off getting like a Mishra's bubble even? I mean that sequence so brutal. Especially if Yuki draws a lane here. He has to draw two as Riddler, a land, an ephemerate. Easy. Yeah. Dispute's so effective against these builds of Affinity, just so good. Isn't Vexing Bubble good in this matchup? Yeah. It's good against Subtlety to protect your Kappa. I mean, I gotta assume he didn't bring it in, right? Or else he would have gotten it there. Have you played a Blink version with black? Nah, not really. I didn't test white black. I didn't test Esper Blink. My teammates did. Esper Blink was not doing good in our testing, but this version is different. Because everyone who was playing Esper Blink was playing Solitude. And a Japanese put out the Pro Tour made top 8 or top 4, and he was just playing Subtlety instead. Which is like pretty clever against like Titan, even Belcher, Titan, Belcher, Affinity. You'd almost rather be recurring Subtlety over and over than Solitude against Riddler. But I haven't tried to build yet. We've got somewhat of a game. I doubt it. Kappa boots. Maybe if you had like one extra mana here, been able to haste it. So you can frog, discard force, warp Riddler. Draw free. Push. Push fetch might just be good enough here. Kappa has a 2-turn clock, but Yuki has kind of has a 1-turn clock, right? Alejandro needs an artifact to get a drone. Oh, right, no, he loses Riddler. My bad. Saga. Ugh. Cast. You have Islet and Bubble still. Frog is 2 free. Probably want to slap the boots on Cannoneer, right? Anyways. Yeah. Does Dingo's build the subtlety build really? Isn't Zero Sadi a tiny bit extreme? Well, you don't really have the white cards to support it. Yeah, I mean, you could see like you could be like, okay, one Solitude is kind of nice because you're seeing so many cards with Overlords. It would make sense to just play one or two. Oh, Dingo built it for the RCs as in the incoming RCs. I thought you were saying like Dingo built it in some past RCs and he came up with the build. I was confused. Like, I don't know, it's kind of random too, but yeah. Well, maybe there's some big Dingo fans in the chat. Dingo was in a feature match with me at the PT. At some point, I think he was doing good on day one. I think Magical just name dropping. Don't mind me. Had lunch with Dingo yesterday. No big deal. I mean, Yuki's just got nothing. Wow. I'm clueless. Whoa, the spoilers. Excuse me, we got spoiled the results. Oh my god. Sorry, Sauce.
From Psychic Frog.
Yeah, that's a good dog, but not that good of a dog to be able to flick it in right away. So
You'd think pre-recorded they maybe like edit out the spoilers or something.
some answer, but man, like that is the problem with not playing subtlety. Like normally you're like subtlety looks amazing here. Not really the case. Yeah, I don't know what we're looking for here. Most of the time you can just think, hey, I'm just gonna block this Kappa Cannoneer, hope that you don't top deck an artifact. But with Urza Saga, the artifact is gonna happen, you know?
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, you could try to block the Cannoneer, but that would require
The genius of Gabriel Nassif.
consigning the Urza Saga trigger like last time, and Alejandro not finding an artifact to cast. So yeah, Yuki has a lot of options here, but none of them are none of them jump off the page as obvious winning lines.
Yeah, because one other thing you can do, I mean, you could try to blink out Kappa, pay the 4 ward. If it comes back in, just large enough. The other line that you can get besides playing Quantum Riddler is if Frog connects as well, that's another card you draw. So you could deal with this Ornithopter. Just accept that you are not going to win the game this turn, and go from there. But all right, let's see how this works, because it must be the good dog trying to blink out Ornithopter to draw, right? Because if you don't draw a card here, you're not going to get out of this.
Yeah, so I think Yuki was trying to draw a consign there for the that long shot play that we were outlining of actually keeping the Kappa from attacking.
A Clarion Conqueror, does that do anything?
It's not going to stop the Urza Saga from being activated, will it? I think it says creatures and artifacts and planeswalkers.
Creatures and artifacts, yeah.
Why didn't he? Was that really better than just pushing Ornithopter, giving flying to the frog, Attacking with Sphelia, blinking your Riddler, and seeing 2 more cards. I mean, his only out. Yeah. Or that. So his out was to consign the Kappa trigger. Or to like bling the Kappa, pay 5. And rip a consign. But I'm not sure he had the mana for all of that. Maybe he had the mana if he didn't fetch Surveil. Yeah, then you still have to worry about the Saga. Damn, that's wild that he lost that game. That game looks like so over. Alright, is weapons manufacturing finally gonna prove me wrong? It looks like it should be really good this game. You can't even blink the tokens with Filia, they still leave and just kill your Filia. They only got Affinity if you didn't have. Or a bunch of artifacts Thoughtcast. You kind of have to keep, I think. Oh right, weapons triggers on enter, so if you counter a 0, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, it doesn't have to play the Ornithopter right away. I think Yuki has a way to get rid of it on 2 mana, 3 mana. Wait and see if you draw a Pinnacle or another weapons. Wow. Peace. You lose your Pinnacle to Dispute, but so be it, right? You have another payoff. Good turn for Yuki. But maybe better turn for Alejandro here. He has draw 2, even if he floods a bit, he has Islet, double Islet. I think that's pretty smart, pretty big upgrade from the players at the PT to just play a lot of Islets, a lot of Sink into Stupor. Especially with his energy just being on the down tick. Okay, he's playing around Rebuke. Hmm. Ham's not doing a ton right now. You already have one. No, you don't have Pinnacle in Warp. He's like, please. Please don't have rebuke. Damn. That was good. Blink ammunition XTD. Good job. Do you discard a subtlety here? No, no greeds. I like the no greeds. Wow, patience from Yuki. Just doesn't want to lose Sukata again. Can't blame him after last game. Considering sacking an eyelid, I guess. Trying to understand. Sauce went Frio in the cube part. What do you not understand? It's always cube draft first, and it's over. Hence round 4, aka round 1 of Modern. Galahomo decided to keep Auto War up. Am I talking about spoilers? Because we saw Sauce results. Didn't it say like Sauce got O2'd in Modern? Looks like we saw the Discord results, but I could be wrong. Maybe I didn't saw what I think I saw. I didn't see what I think I saw. Yeah, I don't think the frog makes a ton of sense. It's a lot of damage, prevention, a lot of card draw, manipulation, kind of. Eli doesn't have a great blink target here. You could blink ammunition now. I'm not sure what that accomplishes. It's like ammunition that won't be like sent to face later, I guess. Or like used to kill a creature. Right, couldn't replay the frog after that it'll push. I do rate the manufacturer's impact so far. It's probably okay this game, right? It gave him a bunch of artifacts for Thoughtcast. I don't know, I didn't keep track. What do you think, DFY? Looks like it's done a little something this game. Might not be enough. I mean, these islets are being an issue. I think you have to play the sync, right? Sync tapped. Not die to your own islets. Is that what's going on right now? Let's trying to figure out if you should play the sync or not. I think you have to, right? Or else you can't just make tokens. I'm a little confused here. If you're playing claws, yeah, I think if you play manufacturing, you always have claws. Yanohano could have played Ottawa over Islet early in the game, or the second one, or the first one, the second one, I think. He did put Ottawa to good use. I don't understand why he didn't play Sync. Unless you're playing this to bounce. Now you're down to 3. If you make a token, you're down to 1. Even if you get claws up Gix, you're just you're gaining a life. Yeah. Am I missing something? It seemed like so straightforward to play Sink into Stupor last turn as a land. Not sure it would have made a difference. Okay, now he has potentially 3 mana, so he dies to Riddler, he's just dead on board to Riddler. Oh no, he still has the Urza Saga mana, my bad. So he's not dead on board to Riddler. But he's dead on board to the Frog. He's just dead on board, right? Classing weapons manufacturing. Never seen it win a game. I have seen it lose a lot of games. To be fair, a lot of the games where manufacturing doesn't win, other cards would have probably not won. Like a lot of other cards would have probably not made a difference. So, but yeah, I don't get it. He's alive? There's a flying Riddler. There's a potentially flying frog. Oh, there's stubs. I mean, drum doesn't make a difference. Oh. Well, it wasn't enough, right? Because Yuki had 3 cards in hand. And he could only go after the frog twice. But if he had played the sink last turn, he might have had the extra mana. Right, he might have legit won the game if he had played sink last turn. Because same scenario, except you actually get to get rid of the frog. And you go up to 5. Might still run out of gas though. That was a close match. That was tough. Like we could see the hands, and it was still tough to try and figure out what you're supposed to do.
First, maybe burn that mana, maybe use it to shoot 2 upstairs, force the chump block, but I think it still would have been brutal from there. Tough game.
Yeah, all I can say is that was an epic match. Like all 3 games, we got pretty deep into like turn 5, turn 6, complicated, gritty board states, and it was like still not clear which player was going to win. So close games, the decisions each player was making mattered a lot. You know, playing around your opponent.
Well, I'm glad Reed said the same thing because makes me feel a little less dumb.
So really everything you want in a Magic Modern. Very cool way to start the show.
Both players played amazing. That's Yuki still live to get that World Championship spot. But man, I gotta really give props to ALMTG. I think he just played. He played like he was us with perfect information. That just like saw exactly what he needed to play around. But he did not have perfect information, so it's so much tougher for him at the seat. So big props to both players, and what a way to start the modern rounds here at the Magic Online Champion Showcase. But we got more Magic, Reed. We got one more backup match here for round number 1. Let's check out the players that we're going to be checking out here.
Let's check out the players that we're going to be checking out. Let's go. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Jesse, maybe not as much here from Allison, so maybe one of our newer players. Allison, of course, qualified via that Pauper Showcase qualifier, and Jesse spiked one of the gigantic seals here in these Mox Opens. And yeah, Reed,
Modern win rate 48%, Monka. I guess he's basically not playing much Modern.
So I guess good thing we didn't do very well.
Yeah, good thing that, you know, we didn't have to stress out making the tough decision of whether to play or commentate.
Well, exactly. I don't know about you, Reed, but I was definitely just throwing my matches in the sealed. It wasn't because, you know, I was losing on my...
King Eric, welcome back, bud. Thanks for the 65 months.
The story about this event is the many different tracks that players take to get here. And so Allison, I want to shout out as an example of a format specialist where he, you know, he's the Pauper expert in the field. So you see like lower win rate, number of matches played in Modern. That's reflective of just a different path to get to this tournament. I don't think you should make the leap to say like, well, he's not a skilled Modern player.
Yeah,
because clearly
fair.
when someone has such chops in one format, when you tell them, hey man, next month you're going to be playing competitive high stakes Modern, I have a lot of faith in that player's ability to get into shape, learn the format, and bring their best. So, you know, even though this might seem lopsided based on the player cards we're looking at here, I think this could be anybody's match.
Yeah, well said, Reed. Well said, and always fun to just see the different avenues flood into such a high-stake event, and then see who can really, you know, handle the pressure and maybe learn some formats that they're not to adapt to. Like even in McWin Sauce's interview, he's just like,
Dude, are you just like a young dingo plant? Have you seen the main zoo lists that have done well the last challenge? Ah, look, it's young dingo winning a challenge. Riddler. You sure? Uh, I mean, he put Riddler on his deck. How bad can it be? Where'd that come from? Damn, there's a lot of domains here. I guess that was the first. Yeah, I mean, I'm a pretty big believer in adding Riddler wherever you can. Lots of cheap cards and a bunch of Riddlers. Why not?
It's a lot of pride. So just leaner, faster, more efficient, and trying to put your opponent in a bad spot as quickly as possible.
And I gotta
Finally,
ask
best
you,
deck in the format.
kinda the joys of having you in the booth with me. Me as a Magic fan and as a commentator, I just love being able to firsthand ask you questions like this. Like, how were the Starfield Shepherds? Because you guys might have been the only.
You said
players
Nikado
that
sucked and
actually
Riddler
played that
was
card.
mid.
Did they end up being pretty good for you, or maybe something you regretted in your final configuration?
Well, okay, so the real payoff of the deck is Quantum Riddler. And
Yeah.
the first hand, the first like 10 or 15 games I played with the deck, I was like, wow, this deck is amazing when I draw Quantum Riddler, but I pretty much lose the games that I don't draw Quantum Riddler. So we wanted like more redundant copies of that style of effect. And Starfield Shepherd, like, it's definitely not as good as Quantum Riddler, but it also definitely gets the job done. There's also a lot of nice things that it does in terms of just like greasing the gears, helping you come out smoothly where you find that third land, or you find your key one drop. Like sometimes we have Mist Caller on our sideboard, or you find a Mockingbird in a key situation. And then a really important point about this deck is Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride. We know these as some of the most powerful one drops in Modern, but the thing about them is they scale in power level the more you draw. Like if you can tell me every game I'm gonna have Guide of Souls and 2 Ocelot Prides, I'm really excited to play Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride because they're just so good in tandem like that. So Starfield Shepherd, more access to those key one drops.
Yeah, 100%. All I do is just picture your guys' team meeting where, you're just saying, we just need to draw Riddler more often, and you just see Hat pop in the room and be like, we got Riddler at home, and just showing a bunch of Starfield Shepherds.
Yeah, we're going deep. We're like, okay, we splash green, so we Eladamri's Call for the Riddler, or we play like Fibble Fifth to just like, be like some crummy cantrip creature, but we had Raven Inspector in there for a little while, but in the end, I think Starfield Shepherd is the right answer to this question. Plus the Recruiter of the Guard, which I didn't have that one at the Pro Tour, but that's a really nice addition that Jesse and some of the other Magic Online players have started to adapt in the wake of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for the.
Yeah, basically, someone did well with one priest, one recruiter in the main, and people have been copying that list. And I played recruiter in the birthing ritual version, and it's been quite good for me. I just dismissed that card because for me that card is good when you have Ether Vial in your deck and not really that great otherwise. And I couldn't really picture it being much better than another Shepherd or anything like that. And I don't know, think maybe I just wrong me, just getting Solitude's just that good. You get Shepherd, you get just having more blink targets, more Solitudes. Kind of like it. Statement Priest I haven't seen in action yet.
I'm all set for Affinity, and really, like, that's not the case. This deck, this is a well-rounded, robust deck that you can't just slap in one sideboard card and think you're going to be okay. You really need to cover a lot of bases at once in addition to those sideboard cards. So we practiced the matchup, thought it was pretty close to.
You think Recruiter's bad?
To the Pro Tour, and I did
Maybe.
lose. So, I think it's going to be tough, and Jesse's going to have to draw the right cards, play tight, thread that needle in order to win. But I do think this is a match that both players have what they need you know, if their decks are able to
I think
deliver.
it's close. We had two Stony, and we felt okay about the matchup. Jesse has free disputes, which are also really good.
What you needed if you felt like you had to respect the matchup a little more.
I had two Wrath of the Skies, two Stony Silence. I think I noticed that Jesse doesn't have the Stony Silence, but maybe has some other weapons like extra removal spells or mystical disputes. So yeah, Stony Silence is great if you could just land that on turn 2. It really squeezes the Affinity player's ability to play the game. But even that, you know, it's not lights out. Like, you could still totally lose to a Kappa Cannoneer or an Urza Saga if you, for example, mulligan to 5 looking for your Stony Silence. Enough.
All right, well, we can talk about the matchup all we want, but these players do got to play the games to decide who is going to take it down. We're going to be jumping into the match here with Jesse up a game, so was able to take game number 1 against Affinity. That feels like the tougher of the games to be able to win here. So big game here. And now looking at the hand here, starting with Allison, double Blood Moon, that already feels terrible.
Oh, that hand's some
And
nuts.
defense, with some other really good stuff going on here. So
Nice
we're looking
solitude
a
for
pretty spicy
Jesse.
turn here, Reed.
Yeah, the Pinnacle Emissary can lead to some of the most explosive openings in Affinity, and this is one
I think
of
he's
them.
just gonna break on second mana source.
1-mana Thought Cap.
Ooh, Thundering Falls, weapons manufacturing.
Material onto the battlefield. And
Not like this. Not like this. Oh my god, this is so brutal. This is so brutal. You can't believe what fell. You played explosives here? So at least you kill the pride if they're Rav Disguise. Like, Bloodwind doesn't do anything anymore, right? You play it, your Saga doesn't do anything, you have 3 mountains, you can't cast a single spell in your deck. Oh, and Jesse has, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though. What would have been good here instead of weapons manufacturing? Like, Monitor he couldn't cast. I guess he could play explosives and then cast Monitor, but then he's left with no board and a Monitor. I guess Rebuke? Rebuke would have been kind of okay. Like a Ravager would not be completely awful, but probably not good enough. Like, what's a reasonable card here that would have been decent? Did Jesse really, like, play planes instead of fetching planes? I guess he has Shepherd. Never mind, he doesn't care that much. Makes sense to save it for Surveilland. Oh, I guess it means he has to get planes with the first Shepherd now. Oh no, there's still no Blood Moon in play. Okay, we've got... I was gonna say we have a game, because he can, like, Blood Moon with 2 countered on Saga, but... Jesse has Shepherd, it has Enchanter anyways. Yeah, no, of course he can't play Blood Moon last turn. What am I missing? Why is it not just Shepherd Ephemerate here? Because you want to save Ephemerate for Witch Enchanter, maybe? Maybe like you just do that and then hope you keep drawing. I mean, you're try playing Witch Enchanter next turn, so then you have like a bunch of draw steps to draw stuff that does stuff.
Plus the ephemerate, will then find you another 1-drop. So, ephemerating on the Shepherd seems like what I would do. Looks like what Jesse's going to do as well. But the main thing that Jesse's really lining up here is, number one, the 2 basic planes. So Blood Moon is not a problem. But also, Blood Moon is going to land. Jesse gets the great advantage of ignoring it because, well, who cares that you can't cast Mockingbird? And Jesse's going to be able to go even Meticulous Archive as a mountain, and then Witch Enchanter to just blow up the Urza Saga so it's no longer stuck making a bunch of constructs. And I think that's going to be devastating here for Allison.
Yeah, right. Like if you can take away the Urza Saga and leave the game kind of stuck underneath the Blood Moon without worrying about constructs every turn, you're going to be in a really favorable
And the Blood
position,
Moon is
especially
actually
because
bad for Allison.
Few things make me so happy to see a Blood Moon backfire on its owner. It's another card that's never been good for me in the history of Magic. Or at least in the history of boarding it in Affinity. Somehow, like, so insanely high variance. I like it against Titan. I like it against Titan almost no matter what. Everywhere else, it's like almost like better to have them in your sideboard and not board the main, and people are gonna fetch awkwardly because of it, and you kind of get the advantage of the threat of the Blood Moon without having to draw Stinky Blood Moon. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just like same with weapons manufacturing and Blood Moon. I'm just bad vibes. Allison just drew both. They're literally like backfiring. Just worst possible cards. That kind of happened to me. It's funny. It's kind of ironic. Because the mocks I played in, I played a blue-red deck. It was Blood Moon. I can't remember if it was main or sideboards. And I lost the match to my own Blood Moon.
That's why we need more
I think I cast Blood Moon and lost to my own Blood Moon at the mocks. Hey, Dad. Thanks for the resub. Welcome back.
those 5 permanents on the second turn of the game. So it's not close in the sense of how dramatic and lopsided the game actually was, but you could sort of tell yourself the story of like, hey, that's only a 2 of. If Jesse just didn't have that sideboard card and instead is playing, a White Orchid Phantom on that turn, like how much different is the dynamic? And that's why Affinity, it's just, you're playing the numbers. Like, that there's these devastating anti-artifact cards that are out there in the wild, but you're hoping to either be prepared for them when they come or just not face them in those, in those key moments.
Got it. So that just feels modern for what modern is too. There's such devastating sideboard cards in that format that metagaming for a tournament is just thinking what devastating sideboard cards are very prevalent and maybe trying to sidestep a little bit and or play a deck like Azorius Blink where there's not a clear card that's extremely good against you. And I feel like that's some of the advantage of playing a deck like that. It really feels like 2025 Juns. Just wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and I do appreciate that analogy. It's a nice, well-rounded deck, just fair, honest Magic, and that's what Jesse was able to do in the first match.
Definitely your style, as we see that Read the Bones right behind you. You know, we all know that's the type of Magic that you love to play, and we all love watching you play it as well. So that is going to do it here for our first round. But before we go, we're going to talk to you about a few of the really cool things that Magic Online is doing. And the one I want to call out here, Season of Cubes. Being able to have 4 different cubes over 4 weeks that are kind of rotating out.
Now, speaking of Cube, there's CubeCon that starts next Thursday, and I'll be doing commentary for it. Kind of a treat for people who like watching me. I'll be streaming on Thursday, and then I'll also be, after my regular stream, covering one of the cube drafts at CubeCon Thursday evening. And then same on Saturday. I'll have hopefully day 1 of Arena Qualifier if I manage to get in. We had a plan on Friday, so I'll be doing that, streaming that, and then into commentating a cube on Saturday as well. So yeah, should be fun.
Yeah, really cool stuff. So good on you, Magic Online and Daybreak. So much
All right, I'll be right back.
fun to make it up to
a discussion about just the pinnacle of Magic competition, where the Pro Tour and the Mox are two of the very few events on the calendar that I would say this about. But when you're facing players of the caliber,
All four Finnies lost round one, yeah.
Ichikawa, you kind of know that you're not going to get anything for free. They know what's going on as well as you do.
God, I'm so happy I didn't play a Finny at the PT.
Exactly how you don't want them to make it.
I almost did.
Make things as hard on you as possible.
I don't think it would have been a horrendous choice, but
Of like, how can I sort of keep them guessing? How can I do what they don't expect? How can I bring a strategy that they're not prepared for? And so that's a lot of what high level Magic gameplay and tournament preparation is.
And of course, Yuki Ichikawa, we cannot stress how many top finishes he has, how experienced of a Magic player he is, what a dominant force he is on all the teams here from Japan. He's been playing the game for a long time. You see that those numbers in gold, has the highest modern win percentage out of these players as well. So really no stranger to high-level Magic as well, Reed, wouldn't you say?
I'm so slow.
Yeah, Crash of the Titans.
I should have known that. I've opened Alliance's booster packs. Shame on me.
Premier event wins under their belt, and they're both highly regarded by their colleagues as two of the best players playing today.
Yep, Yuki Ichikawa on Team Moriyama Japan and Nathan Stoyer on Team Handshake as well. Some of the best teams, as well as your team, Team TCG player as well. That's kind of the big three that we're dealing with right now. So really cool to see him back at it. And, the last Mox that we played, Season 1, Yuki was there, made it to the finals, made it to Worlds. So wants to do that again, as that's a very, I wouldn't say easy way to Worlds, but that is definitely one of the avenues to the World Championship for Yuki Ichikawa here. So let's take a look at the deck list here. We're not going to be seeing Affinity at all. Let's take a look at Nathan Stoyer's.
Do we know which World Championship they're qualifying for? I'd assume next year's Worlds, right? But Worlds still kind of far away. Could qualify now and still be able to prepare and stuff, for sure. Next year's? Okay, that makes more sense. So they qualifies for the PT next year, so...
What I would refer to as reactive, disruptive decks. When you build your own deck in that style, you're definitely gearing for.
I'm sure this matchup's going to be very fun to watch. We'll see. It's going to be a grind, but could be like kind of long one-sided games. You kind of know who's winning on like turn 3, but then the game lasts another like 10 turns.
Questions my opponent happens to be asking: do I have a density of generically powerful cards that are going to serve me in a grindy mid-ranger control matchup? So looking at Nathan's deck, he does, as you say, Corey, just have a density of really strong cards like Flage, Titans of Fire's Fury. That's just one of the best cards in Modern if you can get that thing going. But yeah, a little bit more on the removal heavy side, a little bit less in terms of the traditional control elements like dedicated card drawing. But I think Nathan's going to be able to navigate this well, and if he can
Kapow.
find the dust settling with a quantum.
Rakos Amthric here. Thanks for the 13 months. Welcome back. Yeah, Nathan's deck looks a little weird in some ways, like not the most cohesive in game 1. But maybe he just has like, maybe after sideboards, he has a 60 card, he likes in every matchup. But then game 1, you have to do stuff like play Verdict in your Ophelia deck and, some awkwardness. But then, you still have ways to pitch these cards and stuff. I don't know. That's pretty close to what Costa played. It's in between. Usually people don't play like Ophelia and Sweepers in the main. But it could work.
Version of a similar shell with Ephemerate, Quantum Riddler, Creatures that enters the battlefield abilities. But Ichikawa is really hoping to leverage Thelia and Psychic Frog as extremely potent 2-drop creatures, using Overlord of the Bale Merc as a payoff card when combined with Thelia, but also just to dig towards key interactive pieces, rebuying subtleties. And Corey, I do want to follow up on your point. Teferi exists in this deck as well. That's going to be a key card on both sides. If one player can land that, it's going to give them a huge amount of control over the pacing and the dynamic of the game.
Kind of hard sometimes to land it and have it live, though.
And beyond, in the wake of the Pro Tour, the numbers of Teferis in all these decks just seem to keep going up and up. So I think people are coming to the same conclusions that you were, that this is a really desirable card right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we jump in, who do you got? Who's your favorite in this matchup to take it down?
Boy, hard to
That's a
pick
tough one.
2 elite players and 2 really well constructed decks. But I'll pick Yuki. I'll pick the Esper deck. How about you?
Yeah, I'm a close one on Yuki as well. I just think you're able to play a little bit more proactive Magic, and cards like Galvanic Blast or Galvanic Discharge maybe don't line up as well against some of these creatures here. So, but like you said, this is going to be the type of games that they go on for 15 turns, and both players are going to look back on it and be like, maybe I could have won if I would have done X, Y, or Z. As this is usually a very grindy matchup. But enough of our speculation. Let's figure out actually who is going to take this down here in round number 2 of Modern here at the Mox. And getting into it here, players are going to decide if they want to keep here. Both look like fully functional hands. But, Reed, kind of getting into this as these players get ready to go, were you as a testing team thinking that Teferi was going to be as strong as it was? Or do you think Teferi was even a strong card at this Pro Tour?
Yeah, and once again, I have to confess, sort of being on the wrong side of history on this one. I was a little bit of a skeptic of Teferi. I'm like, okay, Modern's so fast. It's all about your 1-mana cards, your free cards. Teferi's just sort of this random 3-drop that I don't know exactly what its key purpose is. It's nice to have, but it's not filling a key role in the deck. That was my position. But a couple of my teammates, in particular, my teammate Luna Eason, was really advocating, like, hey, we've got to get Teferi in our Esper deck. We got to get Teferi in our Azorius Blink deck. And Luna was totally right. Like, I did play one Teferi, and it was one of my best sideboard cards. Won me a few games that not much else would have. And yeah, I mean, that trend of like
Thoughts on
just
Teferi?
more and more copies of Teferi. I think that
It was.
people,
I don't know. I think
identifying the
we found that in these against these Esper decks, it was like not that effective because it was hard to keep alive, and it was nothing special. But Luna was kind of a fan of it in testing, and it's a decent card to have against Scepter Chant. It's decent against Belcher. I don't know. Sleeping was my high. No, I was
Right before
reading
you
something on my
stop,
phone like a bad streamer I am.
is big game, and wow, blink and you miss it. As we have the Quantum Riddler that gets met with subtlety, or met with solitude. But hey, subtlety didn't get cast on the solitude. A lot happened there, Reed. Break down what went on there and why we didn't subtlety it.
Yeah, holy cow. Okay, so on turn 3, Ichikawa goes for the 1-2 punch of his deck, which is Quantum Riddler and Ephemeral.
Yeah, why didn't he subtlety Solitude? Oh, because if you just yeah, no, it goes on top.
But in response to the Ephemerate, he pulled the trigger on his Solitude to stop Ichikawa from blinking Quantum Riddler. To your point, Corey, Yuki could have subtletied Nathan's Solitude, elected not to do that, and that's like a really meaningful judgment call to me, because it would have been quite tempting. Just, pull the trigger there, get your 4/6, you get to recoup some of the card disadvantage right away. A couple of things to think about there. Number one, the Solitude could just go back on top of the library to be cast again the following turn. Number two, something even worse could happen, like Nathan could play Teferi, which we identified that as such a key devastating card. Also, Nathan could have set up his own big ephemerate turn, like I replay the Solitude, this time I have ephemerate for it, or I play my own Riddler and ephemerate. So there's just a lot of
Yeah.
thinking.
I guess it wasn't that appealing.
Again, a non-obvious play from Yuki to not subtlety, but
Maybe he just thinks the game's gonna play out in a way that just hard casting Subtlety is gonna be really good. I mean, I think it kind of backfired though, right? Because now he's stuck with a clunky hand a bit, and he's kind of lost tempo. His draw's not doing that much as long as. I see Nathan already has a spell snare for Ophelia. I don't know. It looked counterintuitive to me to not subtlety the Solitude there. Was I thinking about it too much? And it doesn't look like it's working out, but I don't know.
Have some text. Just
Maybe it was no great outcome for Yuki either way.
yeah, notably Fable's a one of in Nathan's deck. It's
I mean, we see Nathan that's kind of that dead wrap disguise anyways, so he would have drawn the Solitude again, got rid of the Riddler, then the Ephemerate has no target. Not sure.
So did every other Pro Tour champion within that year span. You know, it went Nathan at the Worlds with Fable, you with Fable in your creativity deck, Nathan again with Fable in his Rakdos deck, and then I can't remember, but Fable won another Pro Tour after
yeah,
that.
Jake
right?
Beardsley with Rakdos Scam and Modern.
Yeah, that is right. And then we went to the World Championship, where finally Fable didn't win the event because yeah, it got banned, I guess, right?
Yep, that's right. So I'll tell you an interesting conversation that I had with Nathan a couple months ago. It was shortly after Edge of Eternity's was released, and I was asking Nathan about his standard deck for Spotlight Series planetary rotation.
Yeah.
And he's like, man, Quantum Riddler gives me the same feeling that Fable the Mirror Breaker used to. I think this is the new card that we got to be playing with, and I think that's borne out. And actually, he has both in this deck.
Well, I mean, he is right. Quantum Riddler is kind of doing. It's at that power level at least for sure. So, all right, we went forward to Fairy. Teferi was met with that Force Negation, and then had the Spell Snare for Ophelia. So. This is another thing that we're noticing.
Ephemerate Fable is
something about it,
Huh.
line,
Wait,
that these players
who-
are doing, and then right when we get caught up, we need to get caught up into the next intricate.
Who added Fable to Ely's deck?
Alarmingly fast rate to be
No
playing this
kidding.
tight of
Hmm.
really reminds me of like the LSB.
To be fair, I only added
the
one.
fast players with LSB.
Should have added more.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's hard for us to keep up, like even explaining what's going on, let alone processing the the strategic implications of what they're doing.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. But now the dust has kind of settled.
Wait. I mean, I guess it's you lose value on the bounce back Ephemerate. Yeah, maybe. I guess sandbagging's better. You're just chilling. You're in a decent spot. Well, you think you're chilling, but no. Solitude's gonna get subtlety. No, you're still chilling. You're in a good spot if you're Nathan.
Well, it occurs to me that like it could have been really good for Nathan if Yuki had tried to ambush with the subtlety, because then you could just hardcast your Solitude, exile it, and then be ready with either copy or ephemerate the Solitude when the Overlord comes off impending. But on the other hand,
So Yuki,
there's value in keeping the reflection open.
I was gonna say he probably is. I can't remember what happened with the discard Fable.
Revealing information to your opponent.
I think he kept one card and discarded one, so Yuki know there's at least one really good card in Nathan's
Using the reflection
hand.
to death in combat makes sense.
Yeah, and wow, God, this is just more high-level decisions after another. Normally, subtlety on a Solitude looks amazing, you know, but when it's just going to go on top of the deck and then Nathan is just going to recast it on his Overlord, you're not really accomplishing too much. So decides to not do that here.
What's that?
And, all right, what do we?
Oh, there was still a Warp Riddler.
Riddler on Warp.
Right, completely forgot about that. That's why Yuki's also.
Yeah, here you see exactly why.
I mean, he's still very screwed, but
the Solitude, because he just really didn't want the hard cast, want the Riddler to resolve. But you got to think like this is just a temporary measure. So Nathan is both ahead on the battlefield, and his next draw step is going to be the best card in the matchup. So what needs to happen for Ichikawa to battle his way back into the game?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, something Nathan can even do here that we very well might see is like, well, you can just put this Riddler on top. You can warp it. You can then use Reflection with the warped Riddler, draw even more cards, and wow, Reflection just doing a great job of exiling Subtlety here. So the amount of cards that Nathan can draw next turn is really off the charts. And you got to think like, what can Yuki?
Yuki
even
might
draw
just scoop
to
here.
on this same power level. And
Yeah.
I'm just not seeing it there. And yeah, Yuki just says, you know what, you got me in kind of a lock. I'm not beating that Riddler with the.
It's pretty rare to scoop when you have Riddler Ephemerate in your deck because you can always get lucky most of the time. But against like Fable, Solitude, you know Riddler is coming to draw at least 2 cards. Like, I think scooping is fine.
Yeah, no kidding. Why play more than one when you're just going to draw that perfect one? It makes sense to me. So, any big changes? We did see Nathan take out those Wrath of the Skies immediately. Anything else really obvious?
I'm really keeping Vertican.
Great question. So the one I'm keeping my eye on is Ragavan, which, you know, you could certainly make a case for, especially if you thought your opponent might not have the full complement of fatal pushes in after sideboarding. But yeah, Nathan, just keeping it tight, the long game, well-rounded control style, and Yuki looks like
I'm also surprised of trimming Consign in Filia Mirror.
But both, and of course, both players maxing out on every copy of Teferi that they have access to. And I still
Otter in water.
In game 2.
We're gonna be just at home. We love otters here, and we love water too.
Game plan that they were in game 1.
Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Oh yeah, there's a Discord. There's a blue-white bling guide for all the subs.
To be on the draw, play a Ragavan, and then
You gotta link your Discord to your Twitch account, and then you'll have access. Free sideboard guide. Been watching you for a while and really enjoy my commentary. Oh, well, I'm doing commentary for CubeCon next Thursday and Saturday. I do enjoy doing commentary once in a while. Yeah, I mean, like, Yuki's list can definitely snowball with the subtlety and stuff, but Nathan has the tools. Also, the raw power of Wage Arena and in these grindy matches can turn a game around. It's so tough to predict. Because Yuki also has, like, Emperor of Bones for Flage, and it's so hard to say looking at the deck list who's favored.
If you're just going for a basic, fundamental tournament strategy that's going to serve you well, bringing the Ragavans in on the play would make a lot of sense.
that didn't sound like 101 to me. That was at least like 302. That was an advanced course. I think Ragavan 101 is Ragavan go Burr and get that card into my deck. Like that was one of the advanced courses, Reed, for sure.
You're exactly right, Corey. Yeah, 101 was perhaps an underestimation.
I did not, it's to me.
All right, the good dog here, Julia, comes down to play. and see what it can do. You know, of course, what you want to be doing with this in these blink.
Ragavan comeback since Energy and Bowmaster are less played.
Is Warp or Riddler be able to attack?
You know, Ragavan's not very good against Affinity.
Draw another card, it comes back as a 4/6. So definitely something we want to be lining up here, and we'll just see.
Not good against Grazer and
Let's
Titan.
go back, discharge.
Probably
To
just
kill the good dog here right away.
it's gonna be the same it's been for a while.
Yeah, Ichikawa notably not playing his land here, in spite of having consigned to memory available.
Good let it resolve and does consign to Filia trigger. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Oh, it just went down?
Magic 101 thing that I would recommend is
What we got to work.
some game type stuff that you can go really deep on, but I would agree.
Pretty impressive for a stream to go down when your stream is pre-recorded now. Review draft picks. First pick Ancestral Recall. What did you table out of your pack? I'm assuming you screenshotted the packs. Balance. Ancestral and Balance is a nombo. I'm not sure what I would pick out of this pack though. My skills cube are probably all rusty. That is a pretty unexciting pack. Isn't that card just nasty? Not sure it's what you want to do as first pick Ancestral, but Earthite sucks. Feels like that card's probably decent, no? I don't know what the backside does, flame or whatever, but card sucks. I mean, the whole pack kind of sucks. Think Erdai is that bad? I think Erdai is pretty mediocre magic card, yeah, but maybe it's good in cube. Yeah, it's a rough one. Balance has the most potential upsides. Yeah, you pick it early. You can pick artifacts higher. You can pick Planeswalker higher. I don't hate it. Flage over. You have Balance. Yeah, I like the Flage pick. I'm kind of being like, I feel like it's hard to feel like I'm being result oriented. I mean, the rest of the pack's nothing special. Oh, I don't. Yeah, I could like not show picks. Iteration. Makes sense. Damn. I think I would just take Talent here. I haven't played with Talent, but It's an enchantment for balance. Gets back your ancestral. Also, if you just ditch the white cards and you end up blue red, it's probably really freaking good in blue reds. And then Mindstone is kind of nice. Spell Pierce is good, even in control. Assuming we end up Jeskai, because we do have to go white cards. Chandra. Chandra's nice was balanced too. I guess Overlord could be good with balance. I'd probably take Spell Pierce. Can't go too wrong with Spell Pierce. Triome. Right. I think I knew you took Triome because I remember seeing it in your deck, but I would have not taken that. And I love a Triome. I remember Spell Pierce being just great always. And that pack is not very good. I don't know how good that card is. The Cosmo Grand Zenith. Bubble. I mean, once you take the Triome, I'm kind of tempted to take Talisman of Curiosity. Because now you have more green fixing and it's good with balance. And the rest of the pack kind of sucks. I think I'd just take Talisman. Spellbinder. My experience in these mock draft is you gotta take lands pretty aggressive because unless you just stick to 2 or 3 colors, and then you still have to take them aggressively, but I mean this card is not good if you're blue-red, if you're Jeskai. I'm not happy if I have to play that card. Next pack. Wow. Rumble. I mean, I love the Omnath colors. I love the Omnath deck. But it's kind of bad with balance. I would probably take Talisman of Progress. And Absence pretty good. But double white is a little rough. I'd probably take Talisman here. I think you took Absent, right? You took Talisman? Okay. Then here you don't have a green. I know you took Normalize. I mean, obviously, if you plan on drafting Omnath colors, I would just take Jetmir's Gardens. But drafting, I guess, balance. Yeah, you have a Talisman. Yeah, just Normalize probably nice. Yeah, I like the Rafine's Tower pick here. I think all these red cards kind of suck, even if you're a Jeskai. Same for Virtue. Damn, that card tabled? I thought that card was really good. I guess no one was playing aggressive. Easy Dam. I'd probably take that card for my sideboards. I guess you could take Giver. Oh no, that card's just good if you're playing a creature deck. Also, blood tokens are nice with balance, kind of. You like Giver better than Evora? Is that right? Giver's kind of trash.
You can use Consign on the 2 triggered abilities. 1 stopped Nathan's creature from coming back after the Felia blink. 2,
So Riddler's gone for good, right?
the Riddler's gone for good.
It was a hate
2,
pick.
stop his own creature from going away.
Giver against my balance control deck, where I'm probably gonna end up playing sweepers.
Devastating play. Nathan had the right card to equalize the situation in Supreme
I think I'd rather hate that annoying value creature,
Yeah.
especially against my balance, than getting a bunch of blood tokens and stuff.
You know, the Philia trigger with verdicting in a way anyway.
I think the red card's
Hated it.
better in your deck and better against you.
Gotta love that. And here comes Emperor of Bones, and I see one juicy target here in Yuki Ichikawa's graveyard here. Yeah, I'm too tempted to take that Flage out of the game, even though something really nice like, you know, adapt the Emperor of Bones, maybe bring back your own Riddler would be cool. But yeah, just making sure Flage is not in the picture right now seems really, really nice.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, big turn. Now we're at the spot where no one is clearly ahead. Now we're firmly in the mid section of the game with both players having a good amount of resources. So now it comes down to really the tight technical play of when to cast these spells, when to play around something, and when you have to just kind of go for things. Looks like Celestial Purge main phase here before end step. Does that matter at all? What's he trying to play around here?
Well, he wants to make Yuki think twice about adapting the Emperor of Bones. So basically, if the Emperor of Bones is on its way out, Yuki could kind of free roll adapting, getting the Flage like Lightning Helix trigger. But by doing it in Nathan's main phase, he says, well, you can make that play if you want, but it means you might have to put the shields down on your subtlety or your counterspell or your removal, whatever it might be.
Yep, checks out to me. So plays the land, the kind of land that we would have really only expected from the Belcher decks, but you know, it's kind of the hot tech. Our top 4 competitor being able to just have a decent little creature on the front end.
Looks like Yukin is a really rough spot. He needs an Overlord or a Riddler. He needs some kind of engine.
And it'll push to Ophelia to be able to deal with that straight away.
Subtlety's gonna buy him a turn, but that's about it.
All right, Reed, what do you like here? What's how do we get this going? Do we do any sorcery speed stuff? Are you Riddlering or?
He's gonna main face Philia, and then he's gonna Riddler Consign, I guess.
Well, there's a lot of options here. The one point that
Oh, you know what? He's gonna Riddler, and he's gonna consign the Subtlety trigger, and then he's gonna flash in Philia and draw 2. Nasty.
you can just identify, you know what, the game is not on track.
I was a little surprised. I think Nathan trimmed 2 consign, and both consigns have been pretty great for him. Wait, what? Oh. Well, that's also a good play. I kind of like my fancy play of consign Philia, draw 2. But maybe it's unnecessary.
You know,
Felt like smoother, and then maybe you hit some land drops. Catcher Charm, it allows you to take a green fetch, yeah. I just think Spell Pierce is like irreplaceable and a really good card in the cube. It's just like premium cards, like cheap interaction. I feel like even in control decks, the way the cube plays out and the game plays out, it's like hard for Spell Pierce to go dead, but I haven't cubed in a while.
I mean, if I am,
I want to finish watching your draft though.
somewhat relevant, just because
It's probably a little less interesting once you're set into your colors, but
so at 10 life, is the Lightning Helix ability enough that you're going to pull the trigger?
I mean, it's the fact that it's countering a Lightning Helix, but it's also draw a card. So, I mean, counter draw If you look at it, like
Yeah,
this,
you gotta
it's
use
a
it.
Cryptic Command, you know, like maybe that's a stretch read, but you know, Cryptic Command at home here, where this counter spell, sure, it's countering something very medium like damage, which isn't nothing, but allowing you to draw a card at your next turn, I think makes it worth
Did
it.
Blinders on it for first 3 strong picks? Yeah, I kind of like Blinders on in the Vintage Cube drafts. I feel like the Vintage Cube, it's hard to like find your lane and be in the right seat, and in that ways it feels like different than another, like, because there's so many ways you can branch out and like land on your, I don't know. And like no signal is ever like a super strong signal. Like it's not like, oh, I got, like it's so hard to read signals in the Vintage Cube draft, right? Feels that way.
A piece of removal that more than likely will just kill it, put it into the graveyard, and allow Nathan to escape it once again.
Yeah, so of course, Emperor, Overlord of the Baelmerk builds 4 cards. There could be additional stuff to work with, but what are you seeing in terms of the cards currently in the graveyard? I see an Emperor of Bones, I see a Quantum Riddler. How would you approach this turn?
You know, if I was able to bring that back, I was probably going to want to bring back Emperor of the Bones and then eat my opponent's Philia and then blink out Flage. So when it comes back, it dies, you know, and then he has to escape it and eat up his next.
Yeah, maybe Yuki Tunnel Vision Overlord here.
In my line.
Yep.
That's a good point. You could have Hardcast Overlord and have Salty Mana up.
Trigger?
I mean, it's all like Riddler was Overlord. Well, no, because you can't ephemerate Overlord. I was gonna say it's a lot of times it's better to like impend it, but yeah, maybe he just Tunnel Vision. Maybe he was playing around Dispute for his subtlety. Sometimes you just like don't even think, especially with Riddler. I could see it as being a mistake.
Blocking to kill the Flage because, well, it would come back anyways. So decided to not do that. But yeah, going back to Yuki's turn, I'm with you, Reed. I would have worked the Riddler and I would have hard cast an Overlord, and Yuki did do the complete opposite. Not sure it would have made a huge difference here with having an extra 5/5 in play, but yeah, I mean, I easily could have.
It kind of looks like Yuki's deck needs a little more to like pop off. Needs to combine his cards for them to be more effective, and then Nathan's a little more like less reliant on things like combining together. Just like Flage is a big part of it, I guess.
Thing going on in the game is that Yuki Ichikawa is at 6 life against the Flage.
Yeah,
You could
Reed,
bounce
do you
it, but-
bounce? Sorry to interrupt you, but do you bounce your own Overlord or do you bounce the Flage? Because if you bounce the Flage and Yuki doesn't find an answer, Nathan could just go play Phage, escape Flage, GG. So, or do you maybe bounce subtlety? I don't know. Bounce an Overlord looks pretty good and try to get something back.
Yeah.
Tough call.
The problem is like if you don't bounce the Flage, you have to chump block it and then kind of make the same decision again.
Ah,
How
he
long
drew it.
Can you go, like, how long is that going to be sustainable for?
Oh, he didn't need to draw it. I'm silly. I was like, oh, Island doesn't double cast Flage, but it does.
Looks like it's going to take it down, Reed.
Yeah, just going from 6 life down to 0. Amazing ending to an amazing game.
Wow, what an incredibly well played game from both players. What an incredibly well played match from these two.
All right. So you take Innocence over Temple Garden? Is that card ever making your deck? I guess you didn't give her Innocence. Overlord could be good. Field of the Dead. I think Drollus is fine card now. Ooh, last pick absent. That's a nice gift. Easiest plateau of your life. Easier sword to plowshare of your life. Ponder over Riddler. Dude, you didn't take Riddler in your balance deck? On-color Talisman too. I don't like that pick. I mean, maybe I'm focused too much on balance, but cantrips and balance are kind of a non-bow. I would just take Riddler. I feel like Riddler's just a ridiculous card, and you have like it works. It's kind of nice with balance in some ways. Dak Faden over Probe. I was gonna say I would take probably Probe or even Colonnade, but it is good with balance. Yeah, I'd probably take Dak Faden. Dak Faden used to be one of the best cards in the cube. And then at some point I decided it was just not even good anymore. It was like very mediocre. I never saw it do anything anymore. But I don't mind the pick there. Damn, I love Judgment. You already have... I guess you have very little fixing. Yeah, I don't mind that pick. That was a pretty disciplined pick. Damn, he must have been tilted. Not tilted, but... kind of... Damn. On-color Triumph? I don't know. I love Tef. Oh, that's a tough pick. I think I would take the Triumph. Yeah, I mean, Tefa's balance so nasty, though. No, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Counterspell, sure. Plagon? When Plagon enters, draw a card for each creature you control with toughness greater than power. I don't know. Containment Priest over Tropical. There's no green cards you really want to splash in the cube, right? I guess I don't mind it. Consult, sure. Metamorph, yes. Colonnade, Sting. Flame Slash. Damn, you wheel some nice ones. Last pick absent, and then now Flame Slash. Oko Minx, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Containment Priest kind of a nice one to have, I guess. Fable over Staff. That's probably right. Oh yeah, with Flage, yeah. Passage over nothing, basically. Time Warp over... Time Warp over Minxenbu? Is Time Warp even good? I think I would have maybe just taken Minxenbu here. Afro. Only, yeah, I guess you're not very likely to get a fetch land at this point. I just don't feel like Time Warp's ever going to be anything that great. You have like a couple planeswalkers, but I don't mind the reasonable pick. Easier sun build of your life. Ooh. Oh man, did you think you might table the arena or? Dude, passing arena when you have Flage in your deck? Do you have other creatures in your deck? You have like no other creatures? Yeah, I mean, then I would take the bolt, I guess, but that hurts. Easiest Seachrome coast of your life. Easiest Snappy Bolt, Snappy Boy of your life. Easiest Safari of your life. Easiest Trainer of your life. I mean, you could have tabled some green dual lands if you have pick up that Minx and Boo. You would have gotten a late Canopy and a late Savannah. Yeah, I mean, pretty well navigated draft, honestly. It's easy to say in hindsight. What do you think about Ponder versus Riddler? In hindsight or not? Like, did you think? I mean, you must have thought it was at least close. Not the strongest hand for the Bling deck. I would keep that hand on the play. I'd probably keep that hand on the draw too. Yeah, kind of have to. You get a free surveil on turn 2. That was kind of close, because if you play Pride, you can play Philia on turn 2, main phase, and start making tokens. If you play Guides, you can still play Philia on 2 and then just Pride on 3. You only lose 1 turn of making token. That spot is tough. I feel like there's not a clear answer. Ponder likes to keep shake your hand. I mean, I understand what Ponder does. You're not really like... Yes, I get it. Ponder, when you cast Ponder over casting Riddler, it's better on turn 1 and 2. It's kind of like... We're not... Yeah. Find zero. Yeah, I mean it is less clunky. It's better with Flage. That's why I'm asking in hindsight. You know, the way the game's played out. I mean, I guess you weren't really keeping track of that, but Mutt Galaxy, thank you so much for your Prime sub. Welcome to Sewer. Hope you enjoy your stay. I overestimate Riddler in Cube.
So there's a lot of corner cases and specifics that you need to think about when making that choice.
Yeah, makes sense. It's not.
I don't think Riddler's just. I mean, Ponder's a really good card too.
Looks to be solid.
I don't know. Sauce had like you ended up with literal 0 ways to shuffle your deck, right? Ponder is like not that exciting of a card when you can't shuffle your deck.
More flesh to be raked. Here is Flesh Raker number 2. And okay. Guy of Souls looks pretty strong.
You will.
But the way it works
You
with
already
raising
know?
interaction, Jesse does only have 2 mana available this turn, right?
No, so what you can do is you can tap the existing flagstones, play the other one, and then sacrifice the tapped one to legend rule. So
Okay.
you can still get your mana. The only awkwardness is you can't hold up untapped lands as easily.
Gotcha. Am I crazy to think that there was a rules change or something? Wasn't it back in our day? 2 Flagstones came
It
into play,
was.
sacked them both, or am I just completely fabricating that?
No, you're totally right. The legend rule has changed a lot over the years, and many of the previous rules were like very harsh, very punishing
Yeah.
to the people controlling the legends. But yeah, these days. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, the last time I played with a Flagstone, that's how long it's been. There was a different rules thing going on, so it's nice that y'all found a use for one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, Flagstones is better than it's ever been. First, because of that, favorable legend rule change, but also Meticulous Archive, like those surveil lands. When your Flagstones does die.
Alright, good night, it's to
that
me.
extra value really adds up. So that sequence of like, I'm gonna play at Flagstones and then White Orchid Phantom my own Flagstones. I get to get a basic plains and a Meticulous Archive, jump ahead on resources, jump ahead on mana, and surveil to set up my next draw step. It's just such a smooth opening where you kind of know everything's gonna go right for you that game.
Totally agree, but hey, Reed,
Dude, the production of he's playing an energy deck and we don't know how much energy he has is not ideal. Oh, never mind. The energy is here. I'm just bad mouthing Magic Online. 6 energy now.
Whenever you get the +1/+1 counter, you create an Eldrazi spawn token, which of course can be sacrificed at any time for mana. Blade of the Bloodchief, whenever a creature dies, you get a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. So you can just sacrifice a spawn, which gives a counter to the Blasting Breed scale, which creates another spawn, and you can.
Loopy trying to make some paper plays here using the Eldrazi mana to do things he can't do.
Large and generate a ton of colorless mana. And from there's a number of ways you can leverage that into a win. I mean, one of them is just attacking with Basking Brute Scale. Can't do that this turn.
yeah,
But alternatively, you could find Glaring Fleshraker, you could find Walking Ballista. We'll probably see Zappa start cracking these Vexing Baubles to find extra action.
I was gonna say, did he punt by not playing the blade last turn instead of the bubble? Because, like, Jesse doesn't even have ending in his deck, right? I guess he has Witch Enchanter. But Witch Enchanter on Saga, he's kind of boned already. I don't know. Also, if you end up putting it that way anyways, you expose it to Witch Enchanter.
or do anything with a really large
Wow.
scale. How do we get through it? Oh my goodness. Witch Enchanter has to just close the door on this, right?
Well, yes, Saga too. He can get another one.
I would think almost, but the thing is, Zappa has a Blade of the Bloodchief on the battlefield and an Urza Saga ready to pop off Chapter 3. So
Damn.
kind of redundant access to his artifact-based part of the combo.
You still go for the blades, right?
This is a tough one.
This is a tough one because also, like, even if this
I guess it does it matter? No, it's the exact same.
creatures into the air from Jesse hit
This game could end up in like Loopy having infinite whatever, but still dying to Guide Pride right in the air. Yeah, equip cost is 1, so I guess you should kill the Saga?
dealing 6 in the air, plus we can deal 4 on the ground. So this is 10 damage that I'm counting. But the flip side is, you are dealing all this damage, but you're getting a
I guess there's a world where Loopy boarded out a bunch of blades and doesn't have another one. You kill blades so you can attack with scats. Right. Good call. Someone knows what's going on.
He brute scale. He's still gonna
Yeah, that's
die
not enough.
flyers next turn. So that
Yeah.
means he has to dig, which
Wait, why did he attack with both
let's
guides?
assume the Urza Saga has to get Blade of the Blood Chief.
Wait. You get infinite mana. Can't you just Emrakul up?
You sure can, yeah. I mean,
Wow, he drew Emrakul? Emrakul might not be good enough though.
Cool off the top, and I mean, I think the other way to do it is like a flesh breaker, right? A flesh breaker is just GG. But
Emrakul's not GG, right?
So as far as my assumption here, we can add infinite mana. We can then sack the
You
bottom
trump
row,
attack
sack the
guides. I don't know. He might end up losing because he chumped attack the one guide to deal one more damage. How many extra cats? 1, 2. So you chump attack the guide one time? And then he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 creatures left. Yeah, it's not good enough. You need something. Oh, Devour is good enough, right? Oh, he drew Devour. I didn't see. Okay, now it's good enough.
you
Wait, is it? Yeah, because maybe it was good enough the first time. You chump attack the guide and a one and Witch Enchanter. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that was exactly enough. I guess even a Thought Knot here would have been enough in that spot. Just an extra blocker to chump attack an extra creature on the first turn. But then the game goes on for a bit because Emrakul is not killing him right away. You can Shumblock the Brute Scale for a few turns. You can literally outscale like Brute Scale Emrakul in some ways if you rebuild.
have 2 cats. So that leaves Jesse with 4 cats, untapping, drawing a card up against 4 blockers with Zampa being at 5. Like, this looks incredible for Zampa.
yeah, I think it's gonna be good enough.
And on top of all that, Jesse could draw a card next turn that is detrimental to himself. With controlling the turn, Zampa can do even more. With an Oscillate Pride being off the top, that's not going to be cast and just going to be attackers made. We're going to see 4 attacks. We're going to see 4 amazing blocks. I wouldn't recommend this attack from Jesse. I think that was not the best attack.
I would agree. What's Jesse doing here?
Yeah, just really playing right into what Zappa wants to do.
Riddler, is Guide of Souls enough?
So now we see all this stuff. This creature's getting a little bit.
Guide of Souls, like, not a bad draw. Like, Shepherd.
Outside of this Oslo
No.
to be continuing to play Magic. Was it Plains?
No, it's not Plains. I think it had to start with Quantum Riddler, and as it is, you don't have to concede because you can block the Basking Brood Scale.
It's not over.
Yeah, but how are you? How are you gonna get any traction in this game state? Is the question.
Wow.
You need to hold the Pride, right? In case you draw guides. I guess if you draw a guide, you can
Oh, I'd love to be seeing both,
give the Pride flying and attack next turn.
both their reaction here. I'm sure it's
Maybe you hold the Pride in case Loopy finds another Devourer.
there's the Oslo Pride. And that's just gonna be a passing of the turn. There's not any good
Emrakul has flying. Yeah, but he might attack with Emrakul.
Let's rumble. If we find a Glaring Fleshraker, we are all done here.
Yep, it didn't matter.
That's Glaring
And there it
Fleshraker.
is. That's the.
Oh, you can equip Emrakul and... No, that's not a thing, because then you don't have infinite, right? The blade has to be on Brute Scale.
This is Zampa losing to McWinsauce here not too long ago in the Vintage Cube streets to top decking that Emrakul. Of course, it wasn't as good as another Glaring Fleshraker, but it was needed, and that's
That's gonna be a tough matchup for Nathan, because let's see how good the White Orchids are. I'm assuming not the greatest. 3 basic forests. Yeah, 3 basic forests. White Orchid is just infinitely worse than Charmaw. But he has 2 Wrap Disguise, 2 Verdict. I guess his main deck lines up pretty well against that deck. Nathan's gotta be pretty heavily favored. I don't know about heavily, but he's gotta be favored. 4 Consign, 2 Wrap Disguise, 2 Verdict. The Brood Scale deck's just solid though. It can win for hate. Or not it can win for hate, but it's just like efficient. It punishes you for.
it's, when we were on a testing team. I don't remember the.
When you played Path to Exile in blue white?
And they were just like, God, okay, calling them.
Like in which blue white deck? Blink? We had it in the PT. Not in PT. Some of my teammates play one in the sideboard at the PT. I tried it in the main. I thought Path was great if you exclude an energy decks, basically. Like if energy was not a thing at all, and you had all the rest of the meta, you might want just some paths in the main. So I don't know, it's tough. Maybe. The first ending R2 are just so solid, and it's the best removal against energy. But path is extreme. Like if I was to build a traditional blue-white control deck, I might try and just play 4 paths right now. Build it around that, maybe. Eldrazi won the game. They comboed off. To have Morgan's Brood Scale. I think Brood Scale is a pretty good matchup for blue-white blank. He drew like the Guide Pride stuff and fell a little short, and like you have Solitude Ephemerate, you have. Well, we had main deck Rest in Peace. That card is the nuts against them. Especially if they're playing 4 Emrakul. We had Ending, which is like... I guess Charm was pretty good for him this game. I don't know. I guess his list is a little weaker, maybe. We had 2 Stony Silence in our sideboard. We had 4 Consign between main and board. We had 1 in the main. We had Rest in Peace in the main. His list is all soft. Is Containment Priest good against that deck? No, it does nothing. Kind of. I mean, I guess Containment Priest Fiora is always decent against creature decks. Recruiter finds Solitude. That's pretty good in the matchup. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Brood Scale is a buy or anything, but I think you're fine. You should be fine in that matchup.
Back in round 2, he's going to be in the grand finals representing the Vintage Cube portion, but he needs an opponent. So, in order to find that, we're going to pair Nathan Stoyer at 2-0 against Zampa at 2-0 in a really cool match of two of our.
I'm assuming he's root. I'm assuming you were rooting for Zampa, no?
Other players,
Was there a Affinity deck?
in the vintage Q portion, so putting up a generally solid day, a respectable run, and everyone else.
Oh, I guess 4 Vexing Bubble in the main. Never mind.
Their best possible finish.
I'm assuming you were just hating your life.
Modern, and wrap it all into some very solid prize earnings.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff. Even the match, the O2 match with Adam and Allison, they're still playing a match of Magic for $1,000. So, even if these matches look like air quotes, low stakes or whatever, that's just not the case. Every single player that's playing a match of Magic here has something they're playing for here at the Magic Online Champion Showcase. It's such an incredible tournament as far as value, fun to play, high-level Magic, all that stuff. So we're not going to waste any time. Let's get right into our feature match here of round 3 in Modern. You alluded to the players that we're going to be seeing, but let's check out those stats anyways. It's going to be Nathan Stoyer here up against Zampo. Nathan Stoyer on the left, been only playing the game for 9.5 years. And you got to think, he's like 22. So Nathan is still a young buck. He started playing very, very young. There are some pictures of him at Grand Prix back in the day where, to me, it still looked like he needed a booster seat. Like, he was that young, still making day 2s at these extremely high-level events.
Should book my flight for Seattle.
That what happened in his screwed.
Should I leave on Sunday at 2 p.m. and I get screwed if I make top 8? Or should I just leave on Monday? I like leaving on Sunday, but 2 p.m. is... I wish it was like 2 hours later. If that's 4, I would book a Sunday flight. Why does it leave so early? It is a long flight, 10 hours, but... What's in Seattle? Worlds. Leave on Monday, really mad. Why? Because then I'll be back streaming one day later. Damn, World is only like 120 players or so, so I'm like... Probably like 10% top 8. Efro. No, you might not know. How expensive is it to like book a flight, change a flight like literally the day before, the day of, or miss your flight and have to book a one-way flight? Better win. I think I'm gonna do good. I think I'm gonna be well prepared. It's free on Delta now, whatever different is in price. Is it because I'm flying Air France, which is a Delta partner, and it says you have to pay 200 plus the difference. But that's the thing, the difference is usually pretty big, because like, let's say I book my flight now, it's a 500 euro flight. But then if I change it at the last second, the flight will be way more expensive, right? The same flight that's 500 euro now will be like 1500 euros probably the day before, right? Yeah, I was gonna say maybe for like domestic, but international is different. It will be if they sell out, it won't be if they have 1 million seats. Is that how it works? Surely we can break the 20-day-old format so you can win. Yeah. Might have to not break it too hard on stream. Usually they're not going to raise their prices, the plane is empty. just book it. I mean, leaving on Monday is also nice. Like just knowing you have the day to chill and being able to hang out a bit. Hang out on Sunday. Probably someone on our team's gonna make top 8 if it's not me. Yeah. Also, like, gotta believe in yourself, right? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna book a Monday flight so I don't have to like worry about it. Damn it, €1,000 round trip. I'm such gas. My flight to go there, it was like either Saturday. So basically, my options were Sunday was really expensive. Monday was pretty cheap. Not pretty cheap, but cheaper. And then Saturday, the only cheap flight left, well, relatively cheap flight left was like a connection. And the direct flight was like €300 more. So it was basically I would be paying extra €300 for 6 hours, which is like not reasonable. I'm rich, but I'm not that rich. So I looked at the flights on Friday and they were like same price as Monday, so like cheap-ish, and I convinced my whole team to just show up a day early for Worlds. So I'll be flying out on Friday, doing an extra day of testing in-house, which seems kind of worth it for Worlds. Yeah, I don't know. My teammates didn't seem too upset. What do you do for Thanksgiving these days, Efro? What do you and Athena do for Thanksgiving? Is Seattle just home and family now? Do people travel to you? What do you usually do? Eat turkey? Good plan. We went to Nice Buffet 4 seasons. The 2 years we've been here and cooked the others. We did one year in Paris. We did Hard Rock Cafe. It was actually like not too bad. One year we did like kind of a that Thanksgiving dinner at a fancy-ish hotel, and it wasn't like too expensive. We did that. Do I work other than content creation poker? I don't play poker anymore at all. Yeah, no, my full-time job is daily, is just a stream. Have some YouTube channels, have some sponsors, TCG Player, Ultimate Guards. Have the occasional like sponsor, like brand sponsor, but that's pretty rare. And then I have my Pro Tour earnings, which hasn't been a lot past few years, but adds up. It is nice. I don't make a lot of money. Honestly, the stream and stuff is if it was just the stream plus sponsors after tax and stuff, it's almost minimum wage for France, which is not that bad. No, it's a little more. It's like probably on minimum wage plus 50%. I don't know. But Liz makes decent money, and I got lucky. I got ahead with poker. I got ahead the 10-ish years I played poker, so it's not like I'm rich or anything, but just enough. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy and yeah, no pressure from poker. There's like I wouldn't say pressure in Magic, but there's like still stress. Still stressful to prepare for tournaments and stuff. I kind of enjoy when I, you know, don't go to, like when I didn't qualify for Worlds last year. Obviously, I would have rather qualified for Worlds, and I was pretty upset at first, but it's also nice not to have to worry about testing and stuff. There's still pressure to just, be consistent, show up, try and put a little effort in the content and the extra work for YouTube I'm trying to do these days. My new plan is to try and figure out a way to make a living being a basketball coach, but I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Probably not. No, I do wish I didn't have. Well, I don't wish I didn't have the Magic tournaments. I'm glad I have them for now, but kind of prevents me from coaching a basketball team since I'm gone like a bunch of weekends in the year and like I mean technically I could not stream on the weekend, but that'd be pretty loose probably. Yeah, I mean that's what I would start. I'd start with local, team of kids. Sorry, I've been paying zero attention to, but I guess if people want to pay closely attention, they can just go check out the Magic Online stream. Chess coach, I would have to be good at chess.
Going with the Rumble first, saying, you know what? If you have a spell snare, which the spell snare is face up,
Like Nathan's just dying to a bunch of thought nuts here. He needs to find a Flage or a Riddler or something. I think, yeah, that's one thing people underestimate. Like people who are good at something, they just forget the minor detail that they've literally spent years, tens of years of their life obsessed with one thing, and that's how they got so good at it. And they're like, surely it took me my entire life, entire free time to get good at this thing. I can get good at that other thing in like a few months, maybe a couple years. Am I good at basketball? I don't know, for 42-year-old skinny 6 foot guy, white guy who like has only played organized basketball like, a couple years when I was a kid, 2 or 3 years when I was a kid, and a couple years recently. I'd say I'm pretty good. I don't know. Does it matter? Oh, I paused the video. Oops, yeah, I do that sometimes.
Done here with no
Good call.
promising blocks, and then going down to 4, or perhaps even 3.
Yeah, and all he needs is one.
What if you spend X amount of years and are still bad?
Has the saga
I mean, life's not fair, right?
construct, so I would definitely say it's
Hopefully, you're
maybe
still enjoying it and enjoying the process, and
even like
it's about the journey.
age maybe would put us in a position where we could get somewhere.
It's called the curse of knowledge.
Let's see, big draw step, Mystic Gate cannot be strong enough, but we do get to do the Philip trick again.
You could go for a degree in phys ed and teach at schools.
But that's it. If Nathan doesn't draw something
Yeah,
relevant.
but I'd still probably have games on the weekends.
Okay, you can ephemerate.
No, I mean, I'm happy with
That's
it.
a tough way to do it, but I guess
Yeah.
you can technically see another turn.
If Nathan had
Cognitive bias that occurs when a person who has special knowledge assumes that others share in that knowledge.
where you can stabilize. Top decking Flage, Arena of Glorying Flage. It's hard to not come back in a game when you can do that. But with only 6 mana, the front half of Flage is nowhere going to be near enough. I guess a fetch land would probably be the best, right? Surveil a Flage into the yard.
Yeah, that's the miracle, I guess.
And God does it feel bad when your opponent does it to you, let me tell you.
Let's watch the end of this game because this game's going to be over in like a turn.
Right here is a Rumble deciding if you want to save the green mana or not. The Rumble, we'll see if there's any draw that can just win the game outright right now. Think so. Emrakul, got to be a little ways away from that, but you know. That locks down the fact that if
Really not. I think he can cast it next turn.
goes well, and we're still playing Magic this turn, Emrakul can come and be the closer. Big draw step, and I think the best draw was a fetch land and a Galvanic Discharge.
From the energy? Oh, he has enough to kill one. Okay.
Let's kill a thought.
Redraw.
Still alive.
Riddler or fetch lands? Nope.
Arena
Arena.
of Glory number 2 is not going to do it.
For example, in a classroom setting, teachers may struggle if they cannot put themselves in the position of the student. A knowledgeable professor might no longer remember the difficulties that a student faces when learning a new subject. This curse of knowledge also explains the danger behind thinking about student learning based on what seems best to faculty members as opposed to what has been verified with students. Well, that's different. That's not what I was talking about. Or maybe it's not, maybe it's part of it. The curse of knowledge is a difficult bias to correct. For instance, the cognitive bias does not reduce when you tell people about it or ask them to think more about the other's perspective. Financial incentives are equally ineffective reducing the bias. Yeah, I mean, Chilios, that's why a lot of time people ask me that kind of stuff, and I'm like, hopefully someone in chat can answer because I'm not. Basically, being good at something and being good at teaching that thing are entirely different skill sets. Yeah. There's a lot of that, like, it's like athletes makes for the best coaches and stuff, and in sports. Financial incentives for imagining people are brain dead, that would be free money for me. Some of the best coaches in professional sports were mediocre pros. Yeah, but at least they were pros, so they were, they were in the locker rooms. I'm not talking like the best pros versus, if anything, like it might be better to be a mediocre pro because you can relate to more of the players and you've seen more of you know, from a wider lens than, but you know, pros against someone who's like maybe never played at professional. But I guess that's pretty rare. Talking about history is a very good tuning Kruger test. Dude, you're putting me on the spot. I always forget what that one is. Is Dunning Kruger the bell curve stuff? Yeah. Yeah, it's it's the like 50% of men think they could line a plane in in an emergency situation. Anyway, things. Oh, no, it's that different. It's the idea that when you know a little bit about something, you tend to overestimate your knowledge compared to someone who knows a lot. Hmm. Yeah. Got a flage in the yard, but Loopy has Kozilek's command. This is not looking great for Nathan. To be fair, I don't think he's drawn a Riddler in either games, right? And this game looks like he might have mulliganed once or twice, maybe once. It's it's kind of the opposite of imposter syndrome, right? In a way. Let's sauce playing in modern affinity. Balupi has 4 bubble in his main deck. So if Sauce loses the die roll, he's like in a world of hurt. Hey Jim, Sauce went trio in the cube. He first picked Ancestral Recall, second pick Balance, drafted a really good Jeskai kind of controlish deck, beat a really good blue-red deck that had Mox and Time Walk. And then in Modern, this is the finals, and it looks like Stoyer is going to lose, so it looks like it's going to be Loopy against Sauce. Sauce is on. Sauce qualified for Worlds and secured what 12K payday. I think they're just playing for, well, quote unquote just. And title of Mox champion, I guess. $4K. Loving this convo. Arch. Mark's Excellent. Don't have wait in the wait. Is that a second flage after Kozak's command exiled the first one? Oh, he has both arenas exerted. He's at 22. There's another Merkle incoming. Yikes.
Good.
Hey, that makes sense. And that is Zamba locking up a world championship slot here over the tournament favorite, or one of the tournament favorites next to Yuki, with this extremely awesome, and I'll say a pretty teched out version of this Brood-Scale and Eldrazi deck. Reed, are you as impressed as I am with Zamba and that deck?
Super impressed. I mean, he brought a great deck. He played it well. He's bobbing and weaving, using the right line for the right situation with a multifaceted deck. And let's not forget, he was also in the finals of the Vintage Cube portion, right? So he's 5-1 over the course of the day. He's just cruising through a really, really tough field.
Could he have done better? Though I wasn't paying attention, maybe.
3 years, Reed. What the heck? Playing at this level is truly impressive, and I'm getting word from our producer that Zamba is ready for an interview, so I'm going to jump on over there and see what he's got to say about his huge win. So let's check it out. All right, everyone, I am here with Zamba, fresh off the 3-0 in the modern portion. You just qualified for the World Championship. How you feeling?
I mean, it feels surreal. Like, it was my goal, like, playing this event. And during the draft portion, I was actually 2-0 and had already my winning deal for Worlds, which I got destroyed in. And now I got to 3-0 the modern portion. It just feels incredible. Like,
Nice.
Wow, so far you're doing it as good as you could possibly do it. Getting the 2-1, just barely missing out, and then getting a 3-0. You blocked up a ton of money, you blocked up that World Championship spot, and you're about to be heading to the Grand Finals to play a match, for a casual $4,000 here. But before we get into that, walk me through your modern deck, because there are a lot of interesting choices in the list you played. So yeah, walk me through everything with this.
yeah, like, finding a deck for this event is really hard, I think, because you can't really know what people are going to play, because
Yeah.
you can't really just track them, and you can have to guess what's going to happen. But I was just fresh at the Atlanta Pro Tour, and seeing the metagame shift, I just felt like everything I knew about Modern was wrong, and every deck is playing an insane amount of free spells, and it feels like Legacy or something. And so I came back, and during the playing I was thinking, where can I fit 4 Vexing Bubbles for the Mox? And then I went through a list of decks. I actually tried Energy with them. I tried Through the Breach Eldrazi with them. And then I just realized that the best deck to do this
is in broad scale, because not only like you get to play this, it works really well at protecting your broad scale when the main
Dude, he's
the
gassed.
starts.
Genius. He
Yeah,
broke it after the
it seems like a
PT.
really nice metagame call for Vexing Bobble in the main is not something we see, basically in any deck. What were you exactly targeting? So I know free spells. Is there certain decks
Yeah, like
that you're targeting with Vexing Bobble?
Affinity.
in this case, four players were on affinity, and you basically get to just stop alpha of their deck.
I mean, even Affinity is maining bubble.
That works really well, and like watching the Proto meta game, the most played deck was Guardio, and that deck plays for First Negation and for Solitudes, and even Ephemerate, you get to counter the free cast on the rebound thing, which
Okay, well,
helps against White Arch and Phantom, like White Arch Knight, I don't know name actually, but
yeah, White Orchid fan.
yeah, because they don't get to like kill your lens 6 times.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it really, really worked out. You were able to get that 3-0. Now looking forward, I know it's hard to even come down from the excitement that is making it to the finals because, I, for one, as a die-hard competitive match player, I've tried to queue for this tournament every single time. And I'm still commentating. But then when you get to this spot, when
You and
there's
me,
8
brother.
players, I
You
think
and me.
every single player would just lock in a second place. Because no matter what, that is going to get you that world championship field. Would you have locked that in? going
Yeah,
into the event?
like you can bet money in that. I think we'll have. Yeah.
Right? So you would lock that in, but now you have a different situation. You are already there, so that's behind you. World championship slot, all the money you've already won. Now you have one more match here to be, the winner of the Magic Online Champion Showcase, where, people will remember the second place person because we're only going to the World Championship. But you remember the person who wins a lot clearer. And you're going up against Tom White, who you lost in the finals of in that Vintage Cube draft. And Tom is on Affinity, the deck that you're metagamed against. How you feeling going into the finals?
I mean, I played in round 1 on the modern version, and
Okay.
I was on the play, and it wasn't really close. I'd say the second game was actually tougher, but eventually Ember gets there. I feel like most of the times. I mean, I feel pretty good going through this final. I think my odds are good. I don't know. He's just an incredible player, so like yeah. And also like I'm the one prepared, and he's the one that didn't really know what he was thinking. But maybe after playing the one match, maybe like he starts understanding better what he has to do. I don't know.
Yeah, and it seems like to me, I mean, the number one thing you want to be doing against a deck before Vexing Bobble when you have a bunch of zeros, win the die roll. That seems quite important, as even if you have all these bobbles of your opponent.
From at the final modern.
Drops, and then you're on the draw and you play them, that can be a bit of a problem. Which is
Isn't Corey starting a new show as Brad in BBD? Yeah, I mean they're bringing back the Smash Bros, right?
okay, all right. That's just good advice for everyone watching right now. If you want to be in your position, win some die rolls, make sure to metagame correctly, and play very, very well. That's a lot easier said than done, that's for sure. But you got yourself a match for $4,000 on the other side of this, so I wish you nothing but the best of luck, and hope you are the champion.
Yeah, thank you. Can I add something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
take, whoever we want to
Okay.
thank, any of that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I would like to thank like guys at Team Vents, which I prepared for the Pro Tour and helped me navigating Vintage Cube and those validated my choice. And I also want to thank like guys from my regional team, which is Team Trakani, which I founded, and the like guys that helped me test the modern matchups a lot, especially Filippo and Franco. Like this guy were like very important for me to prepare for this event.
Amazing stuff. And Team Vents, number one, the greatest team name I think I've ever heard. And yeah, you just had a player, Miko,
Yeah.
I want to say, was in the top 4 here at the Pro Tour.
Team Vents? Is that some word game? Team Vents. I don't get it. Team vents? Team vents? Is that the joke? Like Steam vents? Team vents? Oh,
Absolutely love
that's
it.
fine.
Rico locked up his spot in the World Championship last weekend. You did it this time. Looks like Team Vents and the rest of your teams for the Regional Championship and the Pro Tour have kind of figured this out. So you're putting the world on notice, and good luck to you in the finals, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, Reed. Really awesome hearing from him. I love that you like see your teammate have some kind of success. It feels like the fire was lit with him, and overall, it just seemed like a really nice kid. That was a fun interview to do.
Yeah, I was really impressed. You know, like the humility shown through, the joy shown through, and just like he seemed to be really happy to be playing and having success, which makes him an easy person to root for in my book.
Yeah, and the fact that he like what he said about I tried a bunch of decks with Vexing Bobble in the main, like that really resonated with me because he doesn't seem like the player that.
What about Team Flug or Boss?
I'm gonna just.
Isn't that better than Team Vent?
Pro Tour, maybe something that looks positioned. It's like, no, he created it. So I mean, I think
Full team ahead?
people are really gonna look for with him as a teammate. Wouldn't you think?
His Team Vents probably need some kind of iconic magic cards, to be fair.
That he gets in, I believe him that he tried a bunch of different shells of Vexing Bauble. So, you know, in terms of the hard work,
Runaway Teamkin?
and just sort of
Doesn't really work very well. Team has to be the first word.
I know what I'm up against, and I want to find the right
Roaring Furnace teaming Sauna?
Smart and, you know, well-rounded.
Foreboding team.
And a scary
Team Clean? No one knows what Team Clean does, though.
Openings on TCG, Team TCG.
What about Team Catapult?
strong application, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Reed's just scouting here. That's the main reason why he's coming into
Team for Weird?
But
It's a pretty good one.
Here for the
Iconic common.
Just like Zampa was saying, we
Team Blast?
$1,000 worth of a match.
Team Blast pretty good.
Is, no tiny stakes between these gamers. So before we go, let's talk about Magic Online's really cool event one more time. As just want to give a big shout out to them, and gonna give a shout out here to the Creator Game Show. I don't know if you've seen this, Reed, but it's pretty cool stuff. There's 8 creators, 1 winner. The next show is going to be next Saturday, October 18th, so make sure to tune in. There is always just a bunch of shenanigans going on. There's drawing contests, there's trivia, all kinds of things that we wouldn't normally see on a Magic show. You know, there's not a lot of Magic playing, but it's really about the game show aspect of it. It looks like a lot of fun. I'm going to try to get involved in one of these things and test my mic here with trivia and those kind of things. So really cool stuff. Appreciate you, Magic Online and the Daybreak team. We're going to take ourselves a very short patch, but on the other side, it's the grand finals between Tom White and Zappa. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Always like a little bad that the hypest matches are the like 2-0 matches, because that's what qualifies players for Worlds, and that's what people usually care the most about. What should I play on stream tomorrow? I don't think I can do Modern Challenge tomorrow, and I don't think the standard prelim. I think I might just do some arena standards. Maybe play that blue-green deck. Modern Super next Saturday. Nope. Standard Super. There's arena qualifier, but I'm gonna have to win a play on Friday. And I'll link you some spice, yeah. Eldrazi is such an unsexy deck. Yeah, the skills deck is it's pretty streamlined and nice, but you know. Oh yeah, I can do standard metagame challenge. Try and start somewhat early. You're right, it usually runs. He usually runs through, like, yeah, that's a good call. And jam some blue-green. Root? Ooh. Riddler? Riddler, Dredger's Insight, Insidious Roots. Why, you splash Riddler. And you made the deck better. Signs up, stops, and sticks. Yeah. What about Splash Portal and Roots? Blue Green Frog with Splash Portal. Is that not good? Too mopey? Probably like you don't do enough. You win 3-1 and 5-1 in your 2 runs? That's pretty impressive. Is there even wait? Is there a combo? Whenever one or more creature cards leaves your graveyards. Leaves your graveyards. The combo is you just have 4 Rollers and 4 Insights to find your Riddlers. Roots boosts Uro. Plants? Oh. Create an 0-1 green plant, then put it on each Pretty nice.
We were kind of thinking, yeah, Vexing Bubble looks okay. If you're on the play against Affinity, Vexing Bubble is insanely good, right?
Yeah, the whole Affinity deck is driven by 0 mana artifacts. So if Zampa gets to go first, plays a turn 1 Vex.
Oh yeah, you're zombies? I was wondering what that looked like. Oh, that's like... I mean, all I see right now is you're playing 5 mana cards in your 21 land deck. Kind of bothering me. I guess you have the 2 soul stones. Looks fine. Looks like you would just lose to blue-red though. Because Torch is pretty good against you, and you have no ways to stop them once they get going. Gonna be the problem for almost any mono black decks, just you're not very good at dealing with Cauldron or Profs. And it's like extra negative points if Torch the Tower lines up nicely against you, which kind of does because it exiles the miner or kills some of your 2-drops, 3-drops. These decks probably do. I always lose to that deck when I play against it. And by always, I mean I've lost 2 or 3 times with it. When I was playing one time, I was playing Control, and Corpse of the Lost kind of nasty. Alright, what do we have here?
With his opening hand on the play.
Ain't that the truth? And that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Infinite mana with a Kozilek's return or Kozilek's command. It is just GG, right? Because no matter what, you will find a Flesh Raker, and you will be able to keep it going. So you're right. The combo is all there.
Sauce has a pretty nice hand.
Playing and Basking Brood Scale on 2, and then at turn 3, you do need a land. You can't just equip it and be like, all right, I win. You do need to have a Scion.
Who's on the play?
Meanwhile, Tom White, I think he's just sitting here going like, look.
I'm assuming Loopy is on the play. That's why he's considering mulliganing to a bubble. If he was on the draw, he would just keep.
My opponent is Vexing Bauble. I'm just not even.
You're on the draw?
I mean, maybe he'll make a different choice.
I mean, you have to keep, right?
I see it where it's just like,
Your hand's actually not awful against bubble. Why are you tilted?
That's what we came to do.
And on the bright side, though, Reed, you could.
Oh, look at your face. You're like, no bubble.
And turn them into Thopters at least. So.
Oh, that's a great thought. Yeah, I mean maybe if Zamba keeps like a bad hand with Vexing Bauble, that could get there.
All right, Reed, the debate is going to be solved here immediately. Can you play Kappa with improvising a blue creature? We think not, but I mean, if you can, ensure.
No, you can't. It's not Convoke.
It looks like it's highlighted, but I don't think that means it can be Cap. All right.
Is it bubble now? The way Sauce did that, I was like,
McWin Sauce key bobbled Zampa, and he like made a face, and he said he's like, wow, I know what card's coming up, and it was Vexing Bauble on turn 2, the 8th card down in the library.
Oh, so close to being busted, but yeah, we're so far away. And now, the blade is out there, the brood scale is out there, and McWin Sauce has a sick turn. But all that being said, it doesn't really do anything at all to interact with the combo. So as far as I'm seeing, Reed, I think Tom White's going to be able to do a lot of stuff. And if we see a land on top here from the brood scale side, it's GG.
I think that's exactly right. Yeah, he can't get up to 3 mana.
isn't it just Emery, Kappa, go?
3 mana and have Stink into Stupor still in his hand.
Oh, you have the
He
muck.
can't interact, so he's just gonna put a bunch of stuff onto the battle.
Oh, you can play the mucks, right? He doesn't have bubble in play.
And then, we know that Zampa has the win condition.
So cast Kappa, cast Mox, cast Drum, cast Emery,
That's the question.
and then keep Sync in hand, right?
Tom White can do is just make a huge Kappa Cannon.
Wait, why Mox first?
Win next turn.
The problem I'm seeing here, Reed, is exactly that. Is there even a spot where Tom can win the game next turn? I mean, if you can't win in 2 turns, you're done, right? Like, because, you don't need to top deck a land within 2 turns. You could just go equip and then the next turn adapt to guarantee that Zampa has it in 2 turns, right?
Yeah. So you can sink into Stupor next turn once the Springleaf Drum's on the battlefield. You also maybe can get something meaningful off the Ember.
I see I'm not the only one who goes tank, 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 miss sequence.
The Springs.
That's surprising because I'm with you. Like, we still could have played Kappa this turn, leave Sink into Stupor in hand, and
Yeah, I don't get what Sauce did this turn.
as it stands, is the land there?
It is. Sauce, were you preemptively tilted because you knew how bad you were going to play that turn, or? I can make fun of Sauce. He just qualified for Worlds and won, like, I don't know how many tens of thousands of dollars. At least it wouldn't have mattered. If he doesn't have a payout, oh wow! Look at me being showed up by Sauce. I'm clueless. Not only am I mean, but I'm just bad. Oh, he wants a chumper. You said it for yeah. That's how it works. Every time someone sees a plays that I don't see, makes them instantly huff. Since clearly that means they're better than me at Magic. Alright, F exam. I've been going to bed like around that time anyways. I'm getting a little tired. These games are going to be incredibly fast anyways. One way or another. Oh, you said that? And then I'm yawning. Classic Sauce. What are you sipping on, Sauce? Is it herbal tea or tea? Caffeine. Are you sideboarding? All the removal, all the consigns. Ooh, yeah, the spicy Tezzy in the sideboard. Oh, Sauce broke it. Look, he just board that Claws of Gifts and Weapons Manufacturing every match. You don't bring in Vandal Blast in that matchup? I guess when you're on the play, you don't really need it. It's not that good. Yeah, probably only good on the draw. Classic Affinity, so close yet so far. Same was that one. Not bad, but I mean it's on the play. It's like pretty nice hands. Oh yeah, it's like really nice. You get to like Boots Mox and then Haze to Emery next turn. Pretty great hands. Wait, what? You're bottoming Spellbomb? Just bottom blast, right? Don't be a greedy fuck. Boots. Think Boots Mox. So if you break, I mean it's gotta be blast, right? Okay, good. Should have drank more tea. All right, Sauce figured it out. Is that really a keep for Loopy? Looks like a bit of a loose keep. Just Emery. This Emery Spellbomb. Wait, what? Yeah, Sauce was just preemptively tilted. Okay, Sauce, you're cute for Worlds. For $1,000, not that much money. I mean, still a pretty great spot here. Especially given Loopy's hands. To be fair, your play kind of wasn't the worst because you didn't mill anything valuable. Was the Emery? You didn't lose out on much. You could lead on Emery to C. I can't remember. Because if you lead on Emery, you don't have the blue mana. Or you have to play Spellbomb before your Emissary. But yeah, it was most likely pretty wrong. That's kind of interesting. You could have like started drawing cards with Spellbomb and bring it back, but probably getting Emissary and playing getting the clock is like much better. Probably not that interesting actually. Spellbomb over Emery. Makes sense. Hello. Hello, Cap. You just tap the drones, right? Tap the tap one of the drones, sag the crypt, replay the crypt. Sauce must be really tired. Because that plays pretty straightforward. Oh, right, you have an emissary in the graveyards. My bad. I mean, it's still straightforward, right? But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you just have 4 mana, right? Two Flashbreaker and a Blade doesn't do anything, right? You get a token once, but that's it. It's just that on board. Still have all these blasts. All right. What are you gonna cut for Vandal Blast and 2/4 negations? Are you not bringing Vandal Blast because it's just so hard to cast, maybe? I'd probably bring it in anyways. Cutting review makes sense. Did a Prim go? I ended up going 2 and 2. I went 1-1 against Titan. 0-1 against Affinity. I don't have Rav Disguise or Stony or only one dispute in my sideboard, so. And then I beat Prowess. I drew my one Sanctifier in game 1, which was pretty lucky. I would bring in the Vandal Blast. It's not ideal with how few red sources you have, but it still adds up. Like number of hands you can play. I mean, 4 bubbles when you're on the draw is just so heinous. What do you think the standard meta is gonna look like? SCG, I don't know. I've played like 15 games of standard, and all of them were with blue-green. Haven't really been studying standard that much. I'm gonna play the standard metagame challenge on stream tomorrow. But I would just trust past results, recent results, MTG Goldfish stats. It's usually like fairly okay, looks like you mulligan to 5. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, you have a hand that doesn't suck against bubble. Predrax says 30% blue red, 30% red, 40% everything else. And Predrag plays a lot of standard, so I would trust him. Like, I don't know. Did you end up bringing Vandal Blast sauce? Does it make sense to have Galvanic Blast but not Vandal Blast? Isn't like I feel like not bringing Vandal Blast is a pretty massive mistake. If you didn't. It's gonna be a sad game of Magic for Sauce. Just gonna lose to a couple constructs. Oh, never mind. Other option: getting 3 for 1 by an Urza Saga. When you've already mulliganed to 5, you are now down 17 cards. Yeah, I'd be obviously pretty shocked if Sauce wins that one. Loopy just took the victory sip, the sip of victory. Best water he's ever drank in his life. I wonder if it was San Pellegrino, I couldn't tell. San Pellegrino, a big deal in Italy. Night, Mr. Bunny. Yeah, Predrag, this is like Affinity doesn't always make for the most interesting games, especially in a matchup like that. The sideboarding is interesting. Sideboarding, mulligan decisions, cry decisions. Needles on explosives. Obviously. I'm gonna come back in like 2 seconds and Sauce will have won the match. That was interesting. What do you think? Heard it here first. Cards unplayable. Well, congrats to both of them. It was fun to have Sauce in the chat hanging out too.
Three, he's got one more draw step. It's Pinnacle Emissary as one blocker. That's not going to be enough, no matter what this construct is going to get through. And my goodness, it looks like we got ourselves a champion here. And yeah, that is it. Zamba takes it down and just won the Magic Online Champion Showcase. Look at him, he's soaking it in. I'm not sure he can believe it yet. There was a little smirk there at the very end, and Reed, both you and I are just cheesing. I love, that's what it's all about. Seeing players that just finally did it. That collapse moment of, hey, I just won a huge event like that.
To be fair, I also got baited by Shway's deck on day one.
Like it. It's kind of what we
I mean, I could be wrong. Like, Affinity is just such insane variance.
Speaking of someone who got the limit, you got.
But yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that card be good.
Well, it might be hard for someone watching at home to understand.
As I said, I should maybe go watch the PT feature match. Maybe they were good for Shuhei there, and
Exactly, that's exactly right. You're in the zone, and you train yourself as a Magic player to tune out distractions, to not be daydreaming, to not be thinking about the results of the match. You're just there, focused, trying your hardest to win. And then when it's over, you don't just snap your fingers and get into celebration mode. You're like, wow, like, where am I? And it's in the case of the Magic Online Championship, you look around, you're like, oh, I'm still at home. Nobody's here. Did like what was this all?
I went 4 trophies in a row. Was it on Tescan when they gave us and couldn't win with the other decks?
Very bizarre feeling, but like basically.
I mean, I don't think Affinity's bad, but
in anything in the huge range of
I'm
what
kind of
the
off
choices
it.
that someone can have in that moment is not surprising to me, and I hope that Zampa will celebrate later today, right? Like, you know, let it sink in and be like, holy cow, I did it. I'm the champion. I'm going to the world championships. And I hope he gets to experience that.
The Italian player won.
Right now, it's like,
And Macklin Sauce also qualified for Worlds.
I love what you said about like all the ranges make sense. You know, we've been around Pro Tours for years. I used to literally sit at my kitchen table, you know, on dial-up internet after, you know, Kenji just won a Pro Tour and pretend like I'm doing the same. You know, that ages me, you know, how old I am. But also we've seen so many people win Pro Tours. Ken, Yukihiro winning, breaking down, crying, being pumped. You know, we've seen Shota starting to decide.
First Worlds too, nice.
Another match. Sure, I won the Pro Tour when
That's
he won
very
the
cool.
Lulu, but
about Matt Nass finished the Pro Tour earlier this year and he just collapsed onto the ground. He's like, that's it, I'm done.
and you know, I literally just got chilled as you said that because that moment was so special. This moment is so special. Huge congratulations to our champion Zampa. Let's put up our final bracket here to see exactly how Zampa got here. And Reed, walk us through it. These are the final records, and walk us through what we're seeing here.
Right, so let's remember that the Mox has a unique tournament structure. In a way, it's almost like two 3-round tournaments spliced together. So our 2 finalists were the folks who 3-0'd their respective formats. That's great. They're both going to the World Championship. Congratulations. But all the other players,
Here's our record sorted by alphabetical order, because why not?
example, 4-2 finish, 2-1 both formats, excellent performance, really good payday. Everyone else,
Just remember, Chad, if you ever make it to the Mox, you should start your screen name with an A or maybe even like underscore something that goes in front of an A. So this way you'll always be at the top of the standings, no matter what your record is.
Saying World Cup stage,
Bob the Duck's pretty good.
kinda goes
B is pretty good.
you know, very disappointing to himself, I imagine. 1-5 record. Nathan had a 3-3 record. It just shows some of these players.
Yeah, just change your screen name to A.
To the Magic Online streets, you know, streets.
Or underscore. Underscore is probably goated, right?
I've had, you know, questioning records against plenty of these players. So let's look at how much scratch these players actually won. Let's see how much cash they actually won. And ooh, $15,000 up top here from Zampa. Thomas White with $9,000 here in second place. And then scaling all the way down to, hey, still getting $2,000 for Adam and Yuki with those 1-5 records. It just really shows to prove that getting here alone is such a feat and a pretty good payday for doing so.
absolutely, yeah, really nice job and congratulations to these well-deserved prizes. Because remember, it's the Magic Online Championship Series. It's not just the rounds they played today. It's tournament after tournament, accumulating points, getting up on that leaderboard. So these competitors, like, they've been at it for months, and this is the culmination of a lot of hard work and a lot of winning.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially
$2,000 honestly not that much for how hard it is to make it to the Mox.
Top 8 one and then win one in the form of the qualifiers via the individual formats.
Still decent, obviously.
In all the events that gave points, so
We're
you know,
playing a
that is
game,
really
but
tough for sure here. So let's bring this back to the booth. We're gonna have an interview here with our champion here in a second. He's getting ready to go.
all right, Chad. I'm gonna rate Jim Davis.
Huge thank you for being a part of this with us.
I'll be on my usual afternoon European time. Not too late, hopefully, so we can get a few metagame challenge run. I'll probably start the first one was blue green, first or two run, and then maybe try something else.
to be here, to have been here. So thank you, Corey, for doing it with me. Thanks for Daybreak for having me along. But Magic Online Championships is such a special event. As it goes
Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching. Sauce, congrats.
I just love
See you later.
seeing, you know, these amazing competitors and eventually a well-deserving champion crowned. And hey, I hope this can be, like you outlined, Corey, like the start of a really meteoric career for Zion.